Good evening, everybody, and welcome to today's stream. We're going to be doing tonight's Sketch Academy tournament. We got various matches ready to go for tonight. There's only 5 remaining being played in round 1. Round 1 has already gone in like the 10 minutes. I mean, realistically, I guess round 1's been going for half an hour. I just didn't start stream until 13 minutes ago, but you know. Still, we're gonna see who's left to play. I've already shoved the standings, which aren't really standings because everybody's 0-0 right now on that. But you know, we're gonna see who's still playing, who we can check out. Hopefully, get a match going before end of. Hey, Bamberry, thank you for the raid. How you doing tonight? For anybody coming in from Bamberry's side of things, my name is ChouRaven, fellow Canadian, fellow V Canada member. I was in that O Canada thing that Bamberry put together for Canada Day. You doing all right? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. You managed to reclaim the office from the cat, or? Hey, Geargate, how you doing? My night's going pretty good, Bamberry. Just getting back from a vacation, getting back into the swing of things, getting this tournament kicked off. You know, yeah. She wanted you to go to bed. She wanted you to go to bed so she could flop over on your face. Classic cat. Classic cat. All right. Well, we're gonna try and get round 1 of this tournament for those popping in. This is the beginning of a Pokemon tournament, VGC specifically. Round 1 is currently in currently about 30 minutes in. There are 4 matches remaining being played. We're just starting the stream. Hi, Lucas. How you doing? We're just gonna find a match to check in on. I'm seeing Ace versus Lightmare. I think everything's in game 3. Everything's in game 3. So I'm gonna pop in on this one, I think. Hey, Sooner. You 1-2-1? Nice. Well. Hang on, I'm gonna join this set, see if we can get the match on screen, and then I'm gonna answer that and mute myself. So I probably won't be commentating on this one, but it is Ace versus Lightmare. So this game looks basically over anyway. Well, that is the end of that game. Lightmare takes game 3, takes the round. Oh, I see. Yep. Hold up. Yeah, game ended. Sorry, my screen has it set so it doesn't automatically clear something when I clear it. There we go. That's fixed. Well, you didn't see the end of that match, but there's basically one turn of that match that happened. Sorry, I'm semi-distracted because of the call I just got that I really need to call back. Well, we got a couple things going on still. I'm going to... I'm going to mute and make a phone call very quickly. Hang tight, everybody. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. That was a long phone call that I had to take. I wish they'd called earlier in the day, but here we are. Round 2 kicking off now. For anybody playing, the round 2 is live on Limitless. Your pairings are up. Gonna announce that in the Discord really quick. Thank you. Also, Gameplay with TJ, Handicapable, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You hit rain sooner? Oh. I hope your team has an answer to that. Because if it doesn't, I question things a little. Let's see. We have... What do we have for options this time? Your answer's to play better? Okay. Understandable. Just make better reads. Yeah, exactly. I see a matchup near the top of the list that I think is going to be our... they're just loading up. I'm gonna... take a second. I didn't get really get the chance to see anybody's stuff there for a moment, but you know. So we're not going to look at a team this time. Yeah, from an awful match to fighting Croc. Ooh. We'll cover up. I will get the info up. They're just making the room. Do I have a second? Names will be up in a second, Swifty, so that the gambling can begin. There we go. Now they have a code. All right, perfect. Looks like they're getting ready to play. Nope. Alrighty. Alright. Indeed you are, Zardy. Nice to know. Thank you for popping in here. Oh, okay, you did comment earlier while I was on the phone. You're here on Judge Duty? Excellent. Alright, we got Nervo versus McTeague, aka the Jigs. The Toys Fox team is annoying the shit out of you. Oh. Well, it won the first round, so... Obviously, obviously it's not terrible. Time to click the funny button with Staraptor. Ooh. We got a... Yeah, McTeage's team is interesting to me because it's obviously like a partial Trick Room team going there. Farigiraf Staraptor is an interesting lead. Meanwhile, Nervo sending out the Sinistcha and King Gambit at the same time here. You should have read the team sheet better. Oof. Hey, Jerky Meatloaf. How's it going? Alright, what are we gonna see happen here? Alright, we got Rage Powder out of the Sinistcha, trying to avoid the Gambit getting hit. But that is a Brave Bird, probably aimed for the Sinistcha in the first place. Just gonna rip into it. And Kowtow into the Farigiraf. Gonna completely obliterate the Giraffe before it gets to do anything. Alright. That... I don't know what the plan was there, but obviously that's probably not what McTeage was looking for. Camerupt hitting the field. Okay, so we just had regular Staraptor. I was half expecting it to Mega Evolve in that opening move, but nope, here we are. Regular Staraptor, Farigiraf that was probably trying to set Trick Room. And a Camerupt in the back that was probably the planned Mega. Alright, Staraptor is getting swapped out for the Vanilluxe. Getting some snow going. Sinistcha's gonna swap out, having almost gotten taken out there. Anthony, the frickin' Incineroar. Coming out, getting the Intimidate off. Mega Camerupt coming out. That, Gambit doing a lot of damage to the Camerupt, but this is a Heat Wave. Just gonna take out the Gambit, not doing a whole lot to the Incineroar because of the swap out, though. Alright, Zardy. And we have the Blastoise hitting the field. Little disappointed in that Farigiraf earlier, because I'm just thinking about that. Like, nah, why would you leave that out there against the Gambit if you don't have the resist berry on that? But right, we gotta protect, we gotta fake out, and that's gonna be a Water Spout. Not gonna do much in there to the protecting Camerupt. It will damage the heck out of that Vanilluxe, though. And Vanilluxe flinches because of the fake out. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going McTeage's way this round. And we got another Water Spout. That's gonna blast both of them out before they can do anything. Not a lot that can be done there. And that brings the Staraptor back out for an Intimidate. Not that it matters in this position. Little surprised McKeej isn't just hitting the surrender button on that one. I don't think there's much that can be done here. Close combat into the Blastoise. Not even managing 40% of its HP. And that's going to be a Dark Pulse. Just finishing the job. I see a match issue up on the thing, but Zardy's here. He's got that. But that is Nervo. You got Toxic on Raptor. Jeez. Nervo will take game 1. We're going to game 2. Okay, that's a new one for my books. The issue going on that a judge got called for. Somebody was reporting a team sheet error on their own team sheet. Just realized it was there and proceeded to let everybody know because they know they messed up. Anyways, that on tonight's really, really good players who just kind of fully ready to accept their own mistakes. Alright, well, Nervo not changing up their lead, starting off with Sinistcha and Gambit once again. Blastoise and Farigiraf this time instead. Gonna fake out the King Gambit. Prevent it from doing much of anything. We will see a Machagacha out of the Sinistcha. Farigiraf dodging. Blastoise is going to take a good hit from that. Does not get the burn, though. And Farigiraf will use Trick Room. Alright, Trick Room has been set up. McKeej is in a much better position this time around. That's Protect from the Sinistcha, gonna stop the incoming hit. Farigiraf going for the Psychic Bangs, not gonna land anything with it though. And an Aura Sphere from the Blastoise into the Gambit, gonna just absolutely wreck that King Gambit. Nervo bringing in their own Blastoise in its place. But McKeej has taken a little bit of an advantage by actually getting the Trick Room up. We will see the Mega Blastoise from Nervo. You can only imagine McKeej has the Mega camera up in the back again. Farigiraf going for a Hyper Voice, not going to land anything on the Ghost-type Sinistcha, but doing a bit of chip to Mega Blastoise. And an Aura Sphere from McKeej's own Blastoise, going to drop it to 50%. But that Machagacha will go out, hit both targets. Blastoise will take a good hit from it. Farigiraf still... Nervo's Blastoise getting the Shell Smash off. Boosting its own speed as well, so it's not going to be in the best of positions here, but still in good amount of HP, so might be hoping to tank the hit and get something off. Mega Blastoise going for Protect. Farigiraf going for another Hyper Voice, not going to hit anything. What's the Blastoise doing? It is a Dark Pulse, but it was aimed into the other Blastoise, not the Ghost type. The Life Dew will go off, healing up the Mega Blastoise a little bit. About 25% of its HP. McTeague isn't managing to capitalize on this Trick Room quite enough at this moment in time. That will be a Rage Powder. Hyper Voice from the Frigoraph once again, only going to hit the Blastoise, knocking it down to 39%. Blastoise going for that Dark Pulse into getting the Sinistcha this time with it. Not going to do not doing enough here. Water Spout going out. If a move is wrong, that's a game loss on the team sheet. Yes, that's a game loss. Continue the match. Play out the rest of the match. Just a single game. Vanillux going for Protect. And Blastoise is going to go into another Water Spout. Just demolishing the HP on that Frigoraph. And Blastoise getting another Life Dew heal. Frigoraph's going to get Trick Room off again. Frigoraph barely living to reset that Trick Room. Today is not your day. You got double crit into Ancient Power. Oh. Oh. Oh, Vitamin. Yeah, no, the RNG is not on your side right now. Oh boy. Alright. Well, we got... Vanillux is sitting here now, not... Hit Protect. We got a Rage Powder coming out. Frigoraph going for Psychic Fangs this time. Doing a little bit to the Sinistcha. Not much. That will be a Freeze Dry. That'll take out the Sinistcha entirely. Blastoise was almost certainly the actual target of that. But that'll be a Water Spout. Ending the Frigoraph, nearly ending the Vanillux. But that'll give McTeague the chance to bring out their actual Mega. Since Blastoise was not. And Nervo brings out the Sneasler. Yep, the Mega Camerupt is now on the field. Nervo sitting there with the fake out pressure from the Sneasler, getting ready to go into either target here. That'll be a Protect from the Camerupt, and a Protect from the Vanillux, just stalling out that fake out. There it was, going into the Vanillux. Dark Pulse going into the Camerupt, neither going to connect through the Protects. 2 turns remaining of Trick Room. And McTeague with no way to reset it after it's up. Welcome back, Swifty. We're still in game 2. Yeah, Blastoise will protect this turn. Wanted to help try and stall out that Trick Room just a little more. That Earth Power will go into the Sneasler, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. And that will be a Freeze Dry going into the Blastoise, not hitting through Protect. And a Dire Claw will end the Vanillux before it gets a chance to do anything to the Blastoise. Camerupt might be in trouble here. I know Camerupt's got spread moves. Does it have enough damage on that? Alright, it's going for the Earth Power into the Blastoise. It will pick up the KO, preventing the incoming Water Spout from hitting. And that close combat from the Sneasler, chunking it down to 28%, which is unfortunate. Oh, it got the Poison Touch too. Poisons the Camerupt, but once again, that's it for Snow, and I believe Trick Room as well, which means that Sneasler has the speed advantage here. And Sneasler has shown it definitely has the damage to KO that Camerupt. Another close combat from the Sneasler, picking up the KO into the Mega Camerupt, ending the game, and the match 2-0 for Nervo. There we go. Keyboard finally decided to do the button I was pressing. Anyways, that's going to be that match in favor of Nervo. Just going to go ahead and get Nervo's team sheet up on screen. There we are. Yeah. But anyways, we have Nervo's team up on screen right now. The Mega Delphox with the Heat Wave, Psyshock, Nasty Plot, and Protect. We didn't see it come out at all, so really didn't get a chance to really check it out in action. But looks like a pretty standard Delphox set. We went for the Blastoise for the majority of this game. We got the Citrus Berry, Incineroar, Fake Out, Parting Shot, Flare Blitz, and Throat Chop. Black Glasses, King Gambit, Sucker Punch, Kowtow, Cleave, Low Kick, and Iron Head. We're foregoing the Protect on that thing to get a little fighting damage for the King Gambit Mirror. Sinistcha with the Cassib Berry, Hospitality, Protect, Matcha Gotcha, Life Dew, and Rage Powder. Once again, all pretty common sets. Jake Felty. Yeah, that was a little bit rough right there. The Cassib Berry's like a little weird, but not completely out of the ordinary for that set, so. Focus Sash Sneasler with Poison Touch, Close Combat, Dire Claw, Quick Guard, and Fake Out. Alright, the Quick Guard is a little different. Kind of understand, gives you the option to guard against opponents' Fake Out instead of trying to win the Speed Tie and fake them out first. Blastoise with Mega Blastoise, the Blast with the Mega Stone, Protect, Water Spout, Dark Pulse, and Shell Smash. Yeah, all of the above, pretty standard sets for the most part. The Sneasler's an interesting little adaptation with Quick Guard. I haven't seen that very much. But aside from that, pretty standard looking sets on most things. Please don't pair this up against you. You're not having fun against Blastoise teams there, Lucas? You got +4 Raptor, but it's been toxic? Oh. Yeah. Just need to tear through your opponent as fast as possible. I mean, that's just how you win in general. Just don't give them the chance to do what they want. Hey, Paparat, you are in fact the horse. Oh, you're McTeach, so yeah. Speaking on your own behalf? Yeah. Yeah, first game, you just didn't manage to get Trick Room off, which was unfortunate. But, game 2 didn't look like you were able to capitalize fast enough. You didn't have anything... You didn't really have anything in your team that could realistically deal with the Blastoise, and so it just sat there and got to do as much damage as possible, and that's just... That's just not what you want to be doing when you got Trick Room up. It really isn't. You have a problem with this team since it came out, you have no water resistance? Oh, well, yeah, that would do it. I mean, in my case, I think I've got a half-decent matchup versus this kind of team. Like, yeah, McTeach, I love the Mega Camerupt. It doesn't feel like it's pulling... Like, it's for the same reason that I love Torkoal on Trick Room teams, but I don't think it's very good right now. Just too many people prepped for that, honestly. Too many fire resists. Too many things just resist. Too many fire resists because of Charizard. Too much anti-sun weather. There's a lot of counters that aren't there for Camerupt and Torkoal, but work really well against Camerupt and Torkoal. Like, I've kind of settled into Mega Mawile because it, as much as it doesn't counter Charizard very well, it does really well into basically everything else. Except maybe Mega Delphox, but... My team's got so much other Dark-type coverage that I'm not really worried about the Delphox. And my Charizard matchup is using Mega Dragalge instead. You're getting hacked so hard in Game 2 and 3. Oh, that's unfortunate, Sooner. Let's see, what do we got? We got 6 matches remaining being played right now. Did anybody... I don't think yeah. I didn't see any no-shows that round from the dashboard, so that's good. Who's still playing right now? We've got Bootmadoop versus Yahtzee. We got Ace versus Nambu. You feel that? You were just sick of playing Zard Y and wanted to play something different? Yeah. Understandable. Mega Camerupt was really good for Trick Room in MA, but MB, a lot of people are countering fire types in general. So I feel like it's just kind of not pulling its weight the same way it was. Yeah, we got Ace first. Okay, well, Bootmadoop just won against Yahtzee. Ace versus Nambu is still being played. In Game 3, Quietus and Iueo Kakikukeko. I'm darn certain that's what that is. Is in Game 3. Sabo versus Sypha is in Game 2. Say Hello just won their Game 3 against Vasco, which means we're down to 3 matches in the time it took me to say that. Let's see. Who do I want to put somebody else on here? Just to see. Let's see how Sabo and Sypha is going on. They just ended. Okay. Sabo takes that match 2-0. which means it's just the 2 remaining matches in the middle of Game 3 between Quietus and IUAO, and Ace versus Nambu. I'm gonna bet that guy is a Metal Gear Solid fan. Just a hunch. What's Metal Gear Solid? Sooner, I really hope you're trying to troll me right now. Like, that was a... No, that's not even an age thing on my part. IRL, you just... Oh, okay. Understandable. I was about to say, that's not even an age thing. That's an old game. That's a... You've got to be, like, unaware of one of the biggest franchises in existence. That they honestly haven't done much with, but that's because Kojima's not working on it anymore. Anyways, we got those last 2 matches going on right now. Let's see, if I walk into this match and it finishes as I'm getting here, then I'm gonna... That just... How many rounds of Swiss? There are 6 rounds of Swiss tonight into the top 8. We only ended up with 500. Nah, this is Sketch Academy, Venoman, not Victory Road. We run late, just not that late. Okay, so we've got game 3 here going on, so let's pop in here. VR was so difficult, I heard. Hit a button without trying to. Oh, Sylveon going for Detect. Garchomp going for an Earthquake here. Not going to land on the Sylveon or the Charizard, but that should hit. That should hit the Cheese Man. Cheese Man, the Goldango is a great name. If you've gotten a normal amount of sleep, you think your chance of day 2 shoots up? Yeah. Now, that's generally how it is. If you don't sleep, you can't think. And if you can't think, you're going to get outthought. Alright, well... Aiueo, seems to be, down to their last 2 Pokemon, not in a great spot. Quietus is sitting on their last 3. Both in... I mean, I wouldn't say that the Sylveon's not in the greatest of positions at half of its health. Whimsicott sitting at 70. Whimsicott gets the Tailwind going. Not going to speed the Sylveon up fast enough. That's another Earthquake. Finishing off the Sylveon, not going to let it do anything here. Got like 3 hours of sleep. That sounds like me at work on Mondays. Yeah, Whimsicott got Tailwind off. That's about all it gets to do here. Just like that, Quietus is in a lot worse of a position. But they've got 1 Pokemon left with full HP and Tailwind advantage, and it's Garchomp. Okay. Alright. If Quietus can make the right call here, I think they can still win this. That is very dependent on what Aiueo does and if Quietus predicts it correctly. Rock Slide clears Charizard, but the other Garchomp can do a massive amount of damage before he could even get that off. But if there protects, whichever one protects, or he could protect Charizard, but then he could go for Garchomp and try and off that. Oh, it's Mega Garchomp. Okay. The Mega Shiny Garchomp. Garchomp going for the Protect here. And that was a Dragon Claw into the opposing Garchomp. Charizard going for the Solar Beam. And that's an immediate... Yeah, that's Quietus forfeiting because they made the wrong call. If they had gone for if they had hit the Rock Slide button, they probably would have won that game. They had to make a pick. They chose poorly. Meaning Aiueo takes that. I mean, you say it's a speed tie sooner, but Quietus had Tailwind and Aiueo didn't. So that Garchomp was probably outspeeding. Unless the other one was practice. Yeah, how do I say that so quickly? Practice, and being an English literature major. Alright, that looks like that was the last match for the round. So we're gonna exit out of that. We're gonna get round 3 kicked off. Round 3 is now live. Pairings are available on Limitless for anybody who is playing. And that's just me announcing it in the Discord. You got the down pair, Joe? Damn. And Lucas, you got the Blastoise Stealthbox team? Limitless got jokes tonight. Let's see. Oh, well. Okay, so the first yeah, so the table 1 is Lucas versus Nervo. We've already shown Nervo. Table 2 is Pacho versus Gwyn. We've already shown Gwyn. Table 3, however, is Parasect King versus Papa Rot. That sounds like that's where we're going. We go ahead and throw Nervo's team back on screen. Alrighty. Let's correct a few things on screen, shall we? We've already done Team Select 2. We haven't started yet from the look of it, though. Oh no, I know Bobo's Parasect, don't worry. I also just know offhand that Papa Rot is Ultimo. Alright, we got the Fake Out. And Tailwind. And Gambit going for a Swords Dance, turn 1. Mega Dragonite coming out. Now that everything's corrected. Gambit going for the Protect this turn. Not gonna let anything hit it here. Sableye going for the Encore. Trying to lock it into Swords Dance. Not gonna happen just yet. Heat Wave going out and being protected too. Will drop the Sneasler down below half. And that goes for a Dire Claw into the Dragonite. Doesn't get a status effect, though. Yeah, I feel that sooner, but they also understand that, like, if they don't, they just auto-lose the round. Hopefully they're back fast. That is an Encore. Papa Rot not remembering that Encore does not work on Dark types because Prankster... And that results in the Dragonite getting completely offed. The horse has returned. We got the Mudsdale going on Papa Rot's team. This is why he was saying he's the horse earlier. Gamora getting swapped out, not wanting to deal with the ground type. Meanwhile, Vanillux coming in its place. Gambit going on with the Protect. Foul Play being attempted, not gonna land through the Protect. Earthquake, though, gonna damage his own Sableye. Half of Sableye's HP for not a lot of damage into the Vanillux. And the Tailwind is gone. Yeah, they were back? Okay. Yeah, no, it is usually like... Hopefully it's usually 5 minutes. I've had people do that and then disappear for 20. If they do that, put in a judge call, we'll usually just give you the game. Or the match, depending. Because, yeah, they might as well not have shown up for check-in. Foul Play, not going to do a whole lot of damage to Gambit, despite the attack stat. And that Ice Beam going into the Mudsdale, going to chunk it down to 35%. And that's going to be a Kowtow, +2. Mudsdale not allowed to exist this game. And that's going to be a forfeit. Paparot just not taking the rest of that game. No realizing that Parasect King kind of called him out and had him there. You're kind of shocked at Tank's Ice Beam? I mean, you know what? You might be right. My understanding is Mudsdale is a much better special tank than it is physical. But it is a very defensive Pokemon. Oh, yeah, round 3 started not long ago there, Swifty. Game 1's already, Game 1 of the match has already happened. I'm sorry, I should have called your name. I honestly forgot to, because we were moving on so quickly. Only 85? Huh. Okay, but it lives in... I mean, Vanillux isn't that strong, right? That might have also contributed. Alright, Gambit getting pulled out this time. Delphox getting tossed in the ring. Sneasler going for a fake out into the Mudsdale. Going to prevent that from doing much here. And that will be an Air Slash from the Dragonite into the Sneasler, just obliterating it. I guess that was not... I guess that was a White Herb Sneasler, not Sash. Alright, okay. Okay. That confused me. We've had 2 forfeits here. One from Paparot, one from Paparot, one from Parasect King. It's going to game 3 now. Feel like these two are speed-running this match almost. I barely acknowledged what just happened in that last round. Just... Huh. Well... Paparot. I feel that, Venomon. Yeah, Paparot kicking things off with the Dragonite Mudsdale again. Meanwhile, Parasect King kicking off with the Delphox and Sneasler this time instead of swapping out from the Gambit. Sneasler going for the fake out. Gonna fake out the Dragonite this time. And Delphox Mega Evolving, going for Nasty Plot. That will be an Air Slash once again into the Sneasler. Just gonna take that thing out right off the table. You know, there's something I'm not acknowledging something here, and I feel like I should. And that's that both games, a fake out went off, and then Pokemon didn't flinch. Neither of them. We didn't fake out the Mudsdale, and then it didn't I guess it has to be. Like, we'll find out when the team sheets come up on screen, but if they were both inner focus, why did Parasect King fake out? in both games. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense there. I don't understand what I'm witnessing. Delphox gets the attack off. Tailwind is going, and that's a heavy slam into the Vanillux. Not doing enough to KO. And that's an Ice Beam going into the Dragonite. Just gonna end it right then and there. Your opponent was a bye? Alright, hey, at least, Venom. At least they didn't make you wait. Oh, it's a different one. Okay. Okay. Ally switch. That's a population bomb from the Mousehold going into the Vanillux. Will it end it, though? It will. Is this going to be a ground move, or is it Heavy Slam? Oh. Delphox going for the Heat Wave, ending both targets. I mean, that's just a no-show victory, Venomon. Yeah, the Ice Cream is down as well. Parasect King down to their last two Pokemon, the Mega Delphox and the King Gambit. And meanwhile, Paparot's down to just the fish. That's a forfeit. Paparot. Yeah, a little bit there. But that's going to put that game in Parasect King's favor, winning that match 2-1. I swear to God, Paparot, it felt like the two of you were speed running that. Like, you just kind of boom, 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 done. I'm just gonna double check. I'm gonna show Parasect King's team in a second, but I just want to double check that. Yep, that is the case. Both the Mudsdale and the Dragonite are inner focus. So, I guess Parasect King went for the fake out on the Mudsdale the first game. You just started? Wow. Praise the horse. Now, I guess Parasect King did the fake out in the Mudsdale first game by mistake. Not realizing. I mean, it's a Mudsdale. Who's prepared for Mudsdale?
Victory was never in doubt.
Indeed. And then the second game went for the fake out into the Dragonite, thinking that they were going to Mega Evolve that turn. And then it didn't. It was just waiting for the fake out. You did forget the immunity to Prankster? Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, I think Paparot forgot that Dark types are immune to Prankster. And I've seen it enough, people do it enough, it's a hidden thing that people don't remember very much. Yeah, mistakes were made game 1, 100%. Game 2 went a lot better. Game 3, down to the wire, just kind of a bad call at the end. That's all. But we have Parasect King's winning team up on screen right now. We got the Focus Sash Whimsicott. We got the Mega Delphox, Heat Wave, Psychic, Nasty Plot, and Protect. The Whimsicott is Tailwind, Moonblast, Worry Seed. The one weird thing I'm seeing already, Whimsicott has Worry Seed on it. Dang. Yeah, that Vanillux was very defensively built, yeah. Yeah, Calm Nature, yeah. And ally switch just to mess you over a little more. Yeah, the Glamora. Oh, it's a Mega Glamora. Okay. Alright. Power Gem, Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, and Spiky Shield. Pretty standard set for a Glamora, honestly. King Gambit with the black glasses, Kowtow, Sucker Punch, Swords Dance, and Protect. No Iron Head. I don't like that in a format where I do see a lot of fairies. Feel like Iron Head is incredibly useful on that Pokemon. Just dropping it for Swords Dance, keeping Protect. I don't like it very much, but obviously it does good, and they're winning, so... Anyways, this White Herb Sneasler, I figured it had to be something like that, because it died in one shot 2 games in a row. Dire Claw, Close Combat, Fake Out, and Protect. And then you have the Okaberry Vanillux to guard it against fire types. Ice Beam, Aurora Veil, Ally Switch, and Protect. Built quite defensively, honestly. Like, even though it's Calm, which I believe is a special defense boosting nature, that thing survived that Heavy Slam real well. I only took like half of its HP, so... From a super effective move, from something that heavy? But yeah, let's see. What else is going on here? We've got... That game's no-show. I'm currently double checking to see what other game being played I want to jump in on and watch. I'm thinking these guys just started not long ago because of a judge request here. So let's go there. Alright, we're joining this game in progress. Currently doesn't seem that anybody's actually started, but nobody's got a score yet. Alright, names are up on screen, Swifty. Gardevoir going for Psychic into the Whimsicott, doing a decent amount of damage there. Earthquake not damaging Charizard, but sure as heck is going to hurt that Whimsicott. Alright, gambling is up, everybody.
Croissant.
Now, Ojon's down to their last 2 Pokemon, a very damaged Charizard and King Gambit. And Mubu's in basically the same position, but with a Swampert and a Gardevoir. Now, currently, nobody's reported any games Alright. Charizard going for the Protect. Pelipper coming... Oh, I guess it's not. Damn. Pelipper... Sucker Punch into the Swampert. Gonna do about just 39%. Swampert going for the Earthquake. Once again, not gonna touch the Charizard, but it's not meant to. It's going for the Gambit. King Gambit hanging on with 25% of his HP left. I didn't even realize that the Pelipper was still in the back here. I saw the burn on Gardevoir and was registering that as a knockout. That's not what I'm looking at. Yeah, Mubu is definitely in an advantageous position right now. Alright, Swampert getting pulled back out for the Gardevoir. Sucker Punch not going to do anything because of the swap out. The Charizard gets an Air Slash off into the Pelipper. Not going to do enough damage, though, as Pelipper gets the Tailwind set, giving Mubu the speed advantage here. Gardevoir's Burn will do a little bit of damage, though. And realistically, both of these Pokemon are within Sucker Punch range. So, neither can really do anything carelessly. So Gardevoir will just kind of die this turn because of the burn, so... Love this battle theme. Gardevoir going for a Vacuum Wave into the King Gambit. Yep, it's Choppleberry not saving it at that HP. That will KO the King Gambit. That will be an Air Slash from the Charizard to stop the Pelipper from doing anything here. Pelipper going down, but that just means the Swampert's coming back out. Gardevoir lives on 1 HP for after the burn. I thought, yeah, that's it. They thought that the Gardevoir was going down there too. Didn't happen. That's game. Gardevoir and the Swampert together are going to do a lot. So that is 1 game in favor of Mubu. Alright, we're going into game 2 of this set. Ojan got really close at the end there, but Mubu managed to take it regardless because that Gardevoir not taking the full amount of its HP. Oh yeah, the spectating feature, I love it so much, Vitamin. When they announced this game, that was like my most requested feature, specifically so I could do this. I was just like, beforehand, I was talking, every so often I'd mused about the idea of streaming one of these tournaments, but it was like, everyone involved needs a capture card or it's almost not worth it. Alright, Ojan's starting off with Garchomp and Charizard. Meanwhile, Mubu's kicking things off with Gardevoir and Farigiraf. Charizard Y, Mega Evolving, well, Mega Charizard Y coming on out. And here comes the sun. Garchomp going for a Protect, fully expecting a Moonblast out of the Gardevoir, I'm sure. There it is. Not gonna hit. Charizard going for the Heat Wave. doing a good amount of damage to both Pokemon, triggering Farigiraf's Citrus Berry, which is going to heal it back up to 59. Farigiraf going for Rain Dance to mess over the Charizard's Sun. Charizard now in a slightly worse position, but swap out is possible. Garchomp is getting swapped back because of the presence of the Gardevoir. Whimsicott coming out in its stead. Gardevoir going for the Moonblast again anyway, right into that Whimsicott. Chunking it down to 5% of its HP. Charizard going for Air Slash, finishing the Gardevoir off. No longer worried about their Garchomp that has to come back out. And Farigiraf setting up the Trick Room. Whimsicott has the opportunity to do the funniest thing here. Swampert getting pulled out in place of the Gardevoir. I guess it can't do it because of Farigiraf. Ooh, actually. Prankster Encore can't work in Farigiraf's presence, so... Whimsicott going for the Sunny Day. Gonna get Charizard its Sun back. Farigiraf going for Twin Beam, finishing the Whimsicott off entirely. Swampert not Mega Evolving, but going for Wave Crash. Under the Sun, saving Charizard from that KO. And Charizard goes for the Solar Beam. Hits iron off that shot, probably aimed at the Swampert. Yeah, Swampert is not living a point-blank Solar Beam in the Sun. But the fact that Swampert didn't Mega Evolve, is that the Mega Mawile in the back? You won that matchup? Excellent, Lucas. No, it's Pelipper. We didn't Mega... That has to have been a misclick on Mubu's part. The Swampert didn't Mega Evolve. I don't know if the added stats would have KO'd the Charizard even under Sun. If it had, then that might have made all the difference here, but... Garchomp's come back out on Ojon's side. Mubu's down to Farigiraf and Pelipper in Trick Room. Charizard going for the Protect, but Farigiraf's going for the Twin Beam into the Garchomp. And Pelipper going for a Weather Ball just the same into that very Garchomp, which will get a OHKO'd before it can do anything. Well, that Pelipper's Life Orb. Okay. And Basculegion is Ojon's last Pokemon. Charizard going for a double protect, trying to stall out the Trick Room. Will not get it, though. And that Twin Beam will finish the job. And Pelipper goes for that Hurricane into Basculegion. Basculegion lives with 28% HP remaining. And goes for the Wave Crash into the Farigiraf. which will be taken out by that in the rain. Leaving Vascular Legion with 6%. Helipers, the only thing remaining. And that's going to be another forfeit from Ojon. Mubu taking game 2, making this 2-0. How do we know what regulation regionals are? They are whatever regulation that is currently going at the time of their of that regional. That is to say, no, I don't think we know what regulation Baltimore's running. More than likely MC. We don't know what MC is. So, happy prep, I guess. We got one match remaining going on right now. I'm gonna pull up Mubu's team sheet here. Since I have a moment, we're just going to put Mubu's team up on stream really quick. We still have one other team Yeah, I feel that, Vitamin. The worst part about that is them extending MB to continue on a couple days into September, and if they release info on MC the same way they released it on MB, we will not know what Pokemon have been added to it until the day of. So, you're gonna have a couple of days to prep for Baltimore, knowing, and that's all the advance notice you're probably gonna get of what Pokemon are there to be prepped for. It's a really, really shitty way to... Yeah, why don't they announce it a month ahead of time like they did in Scarlet and Violet? I know, right? That would be nice. I believe the answer to that is because Champions is still... Technically, the new regulations come out along with major content updates for Champions. And I believe it's to kind of stop... It's so that they don't spoil the new update a month ahead of time. It absolutely sucks for competitive play, because we get no warning to prep for things. But it's to not spoil the contents of a new content update upcoming a month ahead of time. They're going to tease some new megas probably at Worlds. We'll find out at Worlds about a couple of things, I'm sure. But I bet you we don't get the full list of new Pokemon being added for MC until the day it drops on Champions. I hope that we have Sketch Academy on the 13th and the new regs, so everyone's scrambling to make a new team. Yeah, it really sucks for regionals. Yeah, do we literally have a Sketch Academy Sunday? Do we literally have a Sunday tournament the same day as a new regulation dropping? That's gonna be a weird one. It's 4 days later? Okay, well, you guys have 4 days to prepare at that point. That's fine. You have time. You pray for Ursaluna back? I do as well. Give me my bear. Give me Indeedee. Yeah, give me the bear. Give it to me. Let's see. We got... I mean, my Trick Room team includes a Min, Speed, Incineroar, so, I'm not as worried about King Gambit. Also, Mega Mawile kind of blows it up. You're convinced we're getting a bunch of cool new mons? We probably are. I wouldn't doubt it. We're probably getting a bunch of new Megas, too. Hopefully, like, the remaining ZA Megas. That would be nice. I know they're, like, slow sprinkling them in here. But, would be nice to get a bunch of the new Megas. I've got the ones that... Basically, the Megas from ZA I care about are already in the game. So, I'm... Whatever. Yeah. I don't know about them nerfing Ursaluna. Maybe Blood Moon. Maybe Blood Moon gets a nerf. Regular Ursaluna? Nah. Oh, you know what? You know what they do? You know what they probably do to nerf Ursaluna? They give us Ursaluna, but they don't give us Flame Orb. This Flame Orb's still not in the game. They just forget about the Megas and go, no Facade Ursa. I mean, if they take Facade away, Ursa definitely gets a bit of a downgrade in and of itself right there. But, you know. I mean, oh god, if they give us Paradox Mons, oh god. I don't envision them giving us Paradox Mons. They probably give us, like, Paradox at almost the same time they start giving us, like, Ultra Beasts. But, you know. Anyways, round 3 is at an end. Yeah, Paradox Mons are probably not a thing yet. We're probably, like, gonna be a year in before those start popping in. Yeah, Ultra Beast, Tapus would be nice to see. Anyways, round 3's over. I'm gonna get round 4 kicked off here. Round 4 pairings are live on Limitless for anybody playing. Ooh. Okay, let's get the pairings up on my end. We got Lucas versus Scarlet at table 2. That seems like a good one. You got up paired into Joe. Can we get Cali Ice next and only Cali Ice and only for you? God, that would be... I'd love to have Cali Ice, but yeah, we're nowhere near restricted metas yet. We already have Primal Weather Wars, effectively. Yeah, that's accurate. Except it's a bird and a dragon instead of Godzilla and a whale. Yeah, there's gonna be so much of that. People who've never played before don't realize the restricted metas are a thing. It's gonna be the, oh my god, this game is too hard posts all over again. But I gotta ask, if they do restricted metas, does that mean that we can recruit restricted Pokemon? Does that mean we're going to be able to get legendaries? Oh yeah, that's the thing. Also, Swifty, yeah, the names have been corrected up top, so if you haven't already, I haven't looked at the actual Twitch page. If you haven't already, you can put the gamble up for the round. Yeah, restricted meta's the thing. Basically, it's one or two at most box legendary Pokemon become legal for the rule set. It's Sooners and a torture people. Oh. Alright, Scarlet kicking us off with Mousehold and Basculegion. Meanwhile, Lucas kicking it off with Aerodactyl and Garchomp. Alright, we'll do Swifty. Mousehold going for the Protect this turn. And a flip turn from Basculegion into the Aerodactyl, bringing that down to its Focus Sash. Basculegion getting swapped out for Komodo. Aerodactyl going for a Rock Slide. Landing on the Komodo, doing a little bit of chip damage, but not a whole lot. And Garchomp going for an Earthquake. Komodo just swapping in and already taking 44% of its HP. But it's got leftovers, so it's going to heal up a little bit. Mousehold going for the Follow Me. Expecting the Dragon Claw out of the Garchomp here, I'm sure. Aerodactyl getting the Tailwind up before it gets completely blown up. And Garchomp going for the Earthquake. Once again, not a Dragon Claw. Fully expecting the Follow Me, it looks like. Komodo getting critical hit down to 12%. Mousehold taking a lot of damage too. And Komodo going for the Clanging Scales. Wiping out both of Lucas's Pokemon. But both Komodo and Mousehold are not looking like they're in the best position here. Tailwind is up on Lucas's side. Lucas is bringing out Sylveon and Charizard. Pretty rough set of Pokemon for Scarlet to have to deal with in Tailwind. Alright, Mega Charizard Y coming out on the field on Lucas's side of things. The sun is set. Mousehold protecting, knowing exactly what's coming here. Oh, Komodo will also protect this turn. Trying to stall that Tailwind out just a little bit, it looks like. We're going for a Hyper Voice and Heat Wave just to avoid the Follow Me. Yeah, 2 turns of Tailwind remaining. Your opponent doesn't believe you that Kangaskhan can just run 2 moves. I mean, it's legal. You can do it. I've seen people do it. But, yeah, no, that's completely legal. If anything, that's usually a handicap. But you did Star Raptor Crimes versus Joe. I mean, crimes are what Star Raptor is for, Sooners. Ooh. Gardevoir stealing Pixelate from Sylveon on entry. Charizard going for a Solar Beam. Into the Komodo. Gonna wrap that up real nice. Yeah. And Sylveon getting that single target Hyper Voice into the Gardevoir. I mean, like I said, Vitamin, it's technically... That's technically the standard set in the fact that, yeah, most people run it because that's just really strong. But yeah, no, running less... There's no rules against running less moves than 4. Because in most cases, that's a handicap. Charizard going for the Heat Wave, hitting into the Protect on both Pokemon. You think they won? I mean, they're definitely working to stall out your Tailwind as hard as possible here. But you still have a good shot. That Basculegion's probably going to hurt, though. That's all I can say. You just got to call that right. They have Rain Dance, Scarf, Basculation. I mean, that means they have to waste a turn with Rain Dance, though. And there's a good chance you can just end the match before that. Or the Mousehold just uses Rain Dance now, I guess. Hyper Voice out of the Mega Gardevoir, not doing a whole lot here. Charizard going for that Heat Wave. Gonna do reduced damage because of the rain, but Sylveon's Hyper Voice should end the job there. Yeah, that Basculegion's gonna hurt, but that's all they have left. Sylveon using Detect this turn, trying to protect itself from damage. Basculegion going for the last respects into the Sylveon. I think that Protect was the perfect call here. And that Weather Ball going into the Basculegion, gonna chip down to 64%. Sylveon gets the Detect 2 turns in a row. And that is the last respects going back into it. And that's another Weather Ball from the chart. See, Lucas, just gotta play to your outs. If the outs is getting a double protect, it's getting a double protect. It is what it is. Which means the Basculegion is in a much worse position right now. That last respect is going into the Charizard this time. Gonna end the Charizard, but that's not a Detect on Sylveon. That's Hyper Voice. Going into the Basculegion, picking it off. And that's game 1 for Lucas. Yeah, Turkey. Wow, indeed. The double Detect. Exactly what Lucas needed. So we're going to game 2. Surely that wasn't lucky. Your opponent's focus band just triggered. Oh my god. Focus band, you say? Oh. Alrighty, game 2. Lucas managed to pull that out with the double detect right at the end on Sylveon. Will Lucas change up his leads to make up for what Scarlet was doing there? Will Scarlet adapt a bit better as well? I think there's some room for both of them to change up what they were doing to kind of affect the other a little more. Something about casual matches makes Quick Claw proc more often. I feel that, Turkey. Except it's not casual matches that do it for me. I swear to God, Quick Claw procs every turn when I'm playing ranked. If it's my opponent holding it. Every time. Though frankly, a Quick Claw proc actually won me a game. Very recently. It was my Gallade versus their Corviknight. They used Roost, assuming they'd survive a Sacred Sword. The Quick Claw went off, they roosted first, and no longer resisted Fighting type. So they got off. Alright, we got the Komodo coming out turn 1 this time on Scarlet's side, as well as the Mousehold. Meanwhile, Lucas has changed things up and starting off with Gambit and Incineroar. No, I don't think it does, Turkey. As it doesn't, technically Quick Claw doesn't make the move priority. It just moves the Pokemon up in the turn order. Alright, Mousehold has been flinched by Fake Out, but that's a Clangorous Soul. Gonna boost Komodo's stats right there. Yeah, exactly. Quick Claw moves it up in the turn order a little bit. It doesn't actually make the move priority. Komodo going for a Protect this turn. Mousehold going for a Super Fang into the Sylveon. Gonna chunk it down to half right there. Sylveon going for the Hyper Voice. Mousehold getting chunked down to 26%. And that's a Flare Blitz into the Mousehold. Not taking chances. Not letting the Mouse family live. Because that was an annoyance to work around for the entirety of Game 1. So, getting rid of the mice makes sense. Well, we got a Komodo opposite here with the boosted stats on it. Now, mind you, I think its attack power is only neutral now because of the Intimidate up front. Alright, Scarlet bringing in the Basculegion in its place. Let me check the Komodo. Yeah, its attack is at neutral. Everything else is boosted, though. Sylveon going for the detect, fully expecting to get hit here. Last respects from the Basket Legion will in fact hit the protect. And that is an Aura Sphere into the Incineroar, which does not survive that, even with neutral attack power from the Komodo. Lucas likely hoping to capitalize and have the Incineroar take out the Basket Legion there. But no go, Incineroar is gone. Gambit returning to the field, though. That's gonna not like getting hit by the Komodo, but the Komodo has healed up enough, so that's not in Sucker Punch range either. But the Basket Legion is locked into, yeah, I was about to say, the Basket Legion's locked into, Last Respects. So it could get Sucker Punched. But it's not gonna, okay. We're not gonna Sucker Punch that. Alright. Critical hit Last Respects into the Sylveon. Yep. I guess you were assuming a swap, the Basket Legion was getting swapped there. Yep, there's the swap out on the Basket Legion. Sending in Talonflame in its place. As Charizard goes for the Mega Evolution. Gambit going for a second Protect. It's not going to get it. That will be an Aura Sphere directly into the Gambit. Not going to survive that with the 4 times damage, unfortunately. Gambit is going down. Charizard going for a Weather Ball into the Komodo. Not going to do anywhere near enough damage, unfortunately. That is a Game 2 forfeit from Lucas. Scarlet taking that game. Very much assuming that Lucas was under the impression the Basket Legion was going to swap out. Yeah, fair enough. I'm guessing you assumed the Basket Legion was going to swap, so you didn't hit Sucker Punch into it. Anyways, we're going to Game 3 here. Will Lucas manage to come back and figure out a way to win this, or is Scarlet going to take Game 3 with how well they adapted to that? Alright, what are we thinking we're going to see here? Alright, Lucas kicking it off with Aerodactyl Sylveon again. Meanwhile, we've got Gardevoir Mousehold on Scarlet's side. Gardevoir is tracing Aerodactyl's Unnerve ability, which means nobody's eating berries today. Not that I think either side's Pokemon has that right now. Hey, at least Gardevoir, I mean, it's a Mega Gardevoir, so if it gets Pixelate from Sylveon, oh well. It's gonna get it anyway. You weren't taking the team seriously, and you were winning. The moment you start to lock in, you're losing. Oh. Oh wow, Paparot. Alright, Scarlet Mega evolving their Gardevoir right off the bat. Aerodactyl going for a Protect. Mousehold going for a Super Fang into Sylveon once again. And Hyper Voice from the Sylveon. Oh, that's not from the Sylveon? What? Oh, Hyper Voice from the Mega Gardevoir. Gonna wipe out the last chunk of that Sylveon. Yeah, Scarlet. Kinda nice not playing, just watching this week. Ah, okay. You lost? Yeah. The Komodo is almost certainly in the back and gives the rest of your team enough problems that they just went, if I kill that Sylveon right now. You're gonna have a rough time of it. Anyways, Lucas bringing in the Garchomp in its place right now. Garchomp probably not liking having to deal with the Gardevoir, but Rock Slide from Aerodactyl gonna do a bit of damage. Mousehold flinches and can't do anything. Garchomp going for the Earthquake. Taking out the Mousehold, but the Gardevoir lives on 9%. Is this a Moonblast or Hyper Voice? It's a Psychic. Into the Aerodactyl, knocking it down to its sash with a critical hit. Yeah, Reg MB Gaming? Indeed. Yeah, flinch your way out. Trust the plot process. I mean, it's working. Scarlet sending out Talonflame now. Which means, did the Komodo come out, or is that the Basculegion in the back this time? The Talonflame is almost certainly there for, the Talonflame almost certainly there to get a Tailwind off here. Or just priority dual wing beat to just... Gardevoir going for Protect this turn. Aerodactyl going for Wide Guard. Look, expecting the Hyper Voice. Talonflame getting the Tailwind off. Garchomp going for Rock Tomb. Just obliterating the Talonflame. Alright. This is not the worst thing. I mean, Scarlet's sitting on their last two Pokemon with Tailwind, though. That could be bad. What's the last Pokemon on Scarlet's side? It's Basculegion. The Komodo did, in fact, not come this game. Garchomp going for Protect. Last respects into Garchomp. Psychic to finish off Aerodactyl. Okay. Assuming that Lucas was hoping that they wouldn't target Aerodactyl and he could get a Tailwind off, but they called that. And the last Pokemon on Lucas's side is King Gambit. The Basculegion is locked into last respects and can't swap. It is entirely possible. Yeah, Venoman, I'm thinking the same thing right now. Vacuum Wave into the Gambit. Gambit living, though. And there's a Sucker Punch. Lucas Sucker Punched the Gardevoir. Yep. You sure did. You overthinked it? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit there, Lucas. I'm assuming to try and preserve... The thought was to preserve the Garchomp. But... Yep, that's a Vacuum Wave from the Gardevoir, knocking out the Gambit as well. And that's going to put that in Scarlet's favor, going 2-1. Yeah, if he goes Hyper Voice last specs, he always wins with Vacuum Wave as the last thing. Okay, yeah. Understandable. But, like, at the same time, I feel like Sucker Punch ending the Basculegion. Yeah, I feel like no matter what, Sucker Punching the Basculegion, stopping it from acting, even if... And then if Gardevoir did go for Vacuum Wave into, Gardevoir either protects or Vacuum Waves into the Gambit, yeah, it doesn't matter. And then you just, whoever's left can probably just KO it. I feel like you were just safe to go Sucker Punch into Basculegion and then just try and have Garchomp attack Gardevoir. That would have just put you in a really good situation. Gambled on the double protect? Maybe. We went Hyper Voice, Last Respects, and you sucker the Basculegion. Oh, okay. That also makes sense, Lucas. So at the end of the day, that last turn was a call. And Scarlet made the right call. That's all it is. Alright, well, let's get Scarlet's team up on stream here. Just didn't see the play and you overthink? Yeah, probably. Alright, we have... Alright, Swifty, have a good night. Sleep well. I know you got a lot weighing on you, but make sure you sleep well. Thank you for coming in and helping out with the gambling. Okay, well, let's take a look at this team while we still got 2 matches running through. We got the Mega Gardevoir with the Hyper Voice, Psychic, Vacuum Wave, and Protect. Solid set, as we saw. The Vacuum Wave coming in very handy towards the end there. I didn't even realize it had it until that happened. Focus Sash, Mouse Hold, Friend Guard for the extra defense, Super Fang, Rain Dance, Follow Me, and Protect. The leftovers, Komodo, Clanging Scales, Aura Sphere, Clangorous Soul, and Protect. Sharp Beak, Talonflame, Dual Wing Beat, Flare Blitz, Tailwind, Protect, the anti-Whimsicott Talonflame. Just chunking that thing through Focus Sash. King Gambit with the Expert Belt. Okay. I don't see that very often. Kowtow, Iron Head, Sucker Punch, and Low Kick. Just to get all that extra little bit of damage out of all of the different types of attacks it has going. And the Choice Scarf, Basculegion, Adaptability as its ability, Wave Crash, Last Respects, Aqua Jet, and Flip Turn. Alright, we got the 2 remaining matches, but I think I have to drop some people because I think there's a couple of no-shows, it looks like, that have been a couple... Yeah, one of our top tables didn't show up. So that's... Glad I picked Lucas's match instead of the table 1, because one of them no-showed. You definitely could still sooner. Dang, we had a lot of no-shows this one. Yeah, let's see. Who was no-show last round? Because I gotta give everybody 2 rounds, right? We had... Okay, so that's 1. I mean, that is always the question, Lucas. It's, did they not see the play? Did they see the play but assume that you were good enough to see it and did something else? Yeah, I don't know their Discord ID offhand either. I'm not even sure they're in our Discord. Alright, I got a couple people to remove real quick. We have... They no-showed 2 games in a row, so they're out. Where's the other ones? It is... Yeah, we had a couple people no-show just this round. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Scarlet doesn't have a Discord attached to their Limitless account either, so... I'm kinda just in the same position as you for trying to figure out who that is. I know a couple people who play VGC who go by some variation of Scarlet. I don't think any of the ones I'm thinking of are Japanese, though. So that definitely rounds down the options a little bit. It's Wolfie. Everybody run and hide. I mean, you never know, right? Wolfie making an ult and showing up to a random Limitless tour. Weirder things have happened. Yes, the last match being played is between Aloso and Herbs. He's LARPed as a Japanese account for the GC before. I mean, you're right. I remember that one. Not that that's hard, by the way. Yeah, he's showing up for online events before. Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes a man just needs to make content and just needs a tournament to play in. Or 3. Or 4. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Turkey. I log on and I see my opponent I've been matched up against has all Japanese in their name. I get a little worried. I'm just like, oh no. How bad am I about to get shit stomped? What weird tech am I about to learn about? Alright, so that one remaining match has got 10 minutes to go. You gotta learn about the bright powder tech. You always know they got tricks up their sleeves. Because they do. They always do. Alright, well, this last game seems to be going, so we're gonna check out Aloso versus Herbs. Dang. Okay, do I have to... Too long of a name. Well, you get to be Nathan. Well, that earthquake completely took out both T-Tar and Excadrill. Garchomp's Life Orb chipping away a little bit. Means Aloso has been brought down to their last 2 Pokemon, which is the Melodic and Goldango. And nothing scarier than clicking close combat into Bright Powder Glaceon. Pray it hits. Burgraf going for the helping hand into Garchomp. Gholdengo hitting the protect button, knowing exactly what's coming. Garchomp going for the Earthquake, only hitting Melodic and Farigiraf. Taking out both Pokemon. Meaning that Aloso is down to just the Gholdengo versus the 2 remaining Pokemon on Herb's side. And that will be a forfeit from Aloso. Herb's taking that win. Alrighty, that is the last game going on for this round. So we're going to go and end the round. Next. Round 5 pairings are live on Limitless for anybody who's playing. I am going to go announce it in the Discord real quick. Okay, let's check the pairings. We have, right now, Lawrence versus Scarlet, which we've shown Scarlet. Yeah, the tournament's moving pretty quickly tonight. Not 100% sure why. Everybody's just actually playing and there's no real stall teams, I guess. I'm assuming a lot of people just didn't show up because of VR this weekend. I'm sure a lot of people are exhausted from that. We do have Croc versus Gwyn. Gwyn, we only got to see like 1 round from earlier because we joined in on their match late. So I think that's where we're going right now. Gonna throw back up Scarlet's team. Just getting worse now. You're up now. Surf spam? Dang. Alright, we got a room code. Well, good news, Croc. If it's not your 3-1 versus the Mega Dragalge. Yeah, we popped in, like, very late into one of Gwyn's matches earlier. We didn't really get to see much of that team. So, we're gonna gladly show your match. I love Mega Dragalge. I'm so happy to see it in use. Alrighty, we got the Dragalge and Grimmsnarl coming out against Basculegion and Whimsicott. I love Mega Dragalge. I'm not sure how I feel about it outside of Trick Room. Not that I don't see the potential for a Trick Room team here. Alright, we're swapping the Basculegion for the King Gambit. Dragalge's gonna hit the Protect button this turn. Whimsicott going for the Moonblast into Grimmsnarl. Chunking that thing down to 27%. And that's a foul play into the King Gambit. That would be why the Basculation got up out of there. It did not want to get hit by that. Dragalge is one of those mons you can see Wolfie bring into Worlds. I mean, yeah. If anybody could find a good use for it outside of a Trick Room team, it's Wolfie. I 100% believe it. I would also love that because Mega Dragalge stock's going way up if that happens. One of my Pokemon seeing wide use in VGC after the fact? Please. Alright. Dragalge getting swapped out for the Swampert this time. Whimsicott going for another Moonblast as we get to Reflect up on the this game. One more Moonblast, gonna drop the Grimmsnarl though. And a Kowtow into Swampert, doing a lot of damage with a critical hit, that's why. I thought that looked like a little more than I expected. Wynn not liking the look of that crit. Just chunking their Swampert down next to no HP. And Dragalge coming back out next to it. There's the Mega Dragalge. Swampert going for Protect, fully expecting somebody to try and knock it out this turn. Whimsicott going for the Moonblast into the Swampert. Not going to do anything through the Protect. Gambit going for a Kowtow. Mega Dragalge's got a lot of physical bulk added with Mega Evolution, though, and that will be a Sludge Bomb. Gonna knock that Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash. Now, unfortunately, as I'm pretty aware, the Dragalge doesn't really have a whole lot it can do against the King Gambit. Swampert, though, has all the potential in the world to do something here, if it lives, which I doubt Croc's gonna let it, so... Yep, Swampert getting pulled back. Pelipper coming on out. Whimsicott going for Tailwind. Gonna set up some speed advantage for Croc. But that's a Kowtow going into the Pelipper. And a Dragon Pulse going into the King Gambit. Not a whole lot of damage coming in on that because of the resist. What moves does that Mega Dragalge have? That's my question. Dragon Pulse, Sludge Bomb makes sense. You've got something other than Protect on that set. We talking Thunderbolt, we talking Hydro Pump, Scald, what are we looking at? That Kowtow going into the Pelipper, we're gonna finish the job. Dragalge coming back out, Quinn's last Pokemon remaining aside from the Swampert. That King Gambit's a problem, mainly because Swampert can't really do much in this scenario without risking a Sucker Punch. Whimsicott going for the Protect. Dragalge also going for Protect here. And Gambit's going for a Kowtow right into that Swampert, not risking anything. Just gonna knock that thing out before an Earthquake happens. And that's going to be a forfeit from Gwyn, not seeing a path to winning that. Gambit just kind of walling the Mega Dragalge. Oh, well, it's a forfeit from Gwyn, not a win from Gwyn. I don't I said Gwyn's name and then I marked next to it. It's not what happened. There we go. Fixed. Just me not paying full attention, apparently. Alright. Croc managed to just completely upstage the Gwyn's Mega Dragalge team there. I do understand the bring, though. Mega Dragalge is kind of my answer to Charizard teams when I use it, so not too surprising that it made an appearance up against Croc's team. Now the Swampert also being on deck to potentially deal with Raichu, to deal with King Gambit, all of that stuff. My Gambit answer on my team is like, I don't really mind. Mawile is doing a fair amount of damage regardless and not taking a lot from it. Meanwhile, Gallade also exists on my team, so I'm never really too worried about Gambit in conjunction with Dragalge, but yeah, not a whole lot of other answers to it on Gwyn's team, it looks like. Earthquake from Swampert can do some damage to it. Maybe if you've got maybe the fairy attack off of Grimmsnarl, but I don't know what that Grimmsnarl's rocking, unfortunately. Alright, Croc once again kicking it off with Whimsicott and Basculegion. Meanwhile, Gwyn starting off with Dragalge and Grimmsnarl again. No changes to the leads. You really like Scald on Dragalge? I agree with you. Just on my team, the electric move makes more sense because my Mega Dragalge is a Charizard counter more than anything on my team, so I need the move that can actually super effective it. But Scald's fun. Grimmsnarl getting the Reflect off almost immediately here. And that's a Moonblast into the Grimmsnarl, chunking it down once again to 27%. And getting the special attack drop. And that will be a Wave Crash from the Basculegion, just ending the Grimmsnarl before it gets a chance to do anything more than one single spray. We did Mega Evolve the Dragalge this turn, though. And it will be a Sludge Bomb into the Whimsicott, knocking it down to its Focus Sash once again. Gwyn sending in the Archaludon next to the Dragalge here. Makes me wonder, are we going to see a swap out into Pelipper maybe, and this is going to be an Electro Shot, or are we waiting a turn for that? Whimsicott setting up the Tailwind. And that'll be a Wave Crash from the Basculegion into Dragalge, bringing it down to 66%. No swap, so this isn't an Electro Shot. Archaludon going for Aura Sphere. Was expecting the Basculegion to swap out, I guess. Probably expecting the Gambit to come up to roll in there. Croc making the right call, leaving in Basculegion, going for the attack. Whimsicott getting knocked down, though. Charizard coming in its place. Charizard going for the Protect. Basculegion going for the Protect as well. Just testing the waters here. Archaludon going for the Protect. And it protects all around. Alright, that will be Dragalge swapping for Pelipper, bringing in the, But that's exact... Croc calls it exactly, goes for the Mega Charizard. Immediately gonna undo that weather. Charizard going for that Heat Wave. Doing a good amount of damage to both targets. Is this an Electro Shot? Oh, our Caledon's burned too. Legion hitting the last respects into Pelipper. Gonna finish the bird off. And that is an Electro Shot. Apparently Gwyn did not expect the Mega Evolution that turn. And that will be Mega Dragalge coming back out into the field. Almost fully recovered because of its Regenerator ability. Caledon getting wiped out by that Heat Wave. Not given a chance to do anything. And a last respects into Mega Dragalge. Not going to KO. Still doing a fair amount of damage, though. That will be a Dragon Pulse into the Basculegion, picking up that KO. But it's now Mega Dragalge versus Charizard and King Gambit. Gambit not... Like, Dragalge can't really do much to Gambit, so yep, that is a forfeit from Gwyn. Croc taking that match 2-0. Like, Raichu Charizard seems pretty solid, Croc, I will say. I know that's kind of just something you were experimenting with the last week or two, but it seems pretty solid. Like, Charizard's already really good. Raichu is incredibly strong. But yeah, gonna need a couple matches on that to really solidify how good Raichu is in your team. I did not get to see you use it. But yep, got a couple more. And let's check. Go to the thing we want. There we are. You got the brand new Charizard Y-Tech too. All right, well, let's take a look at it, shall we? Oh, Ancient Power. Okay. I've seen a couple Charizards run it. Always throws me off a little when I see it, but yeah, with the prevalence of Mega Charizard Y, I understand having something for the mirror. Anyways, we got Croc's team up on screen right now. We got the Mega Raichu Y, Fake Out, Zap Cannon, Focus Blast, and Protect. Seems like a pretty standard Raichu Y set, but that's because that works for it really, really well. King Gambit with the black glasses, Kowtow, Cleave, Sucker Punch, Iron Head, and Protect. Whimsicott with Focus Sash, Tailwind, Moonblast, Encore, Protect. Makes sense. There was a Worry Seed Whimsicott on stream earlier. That was an interesting one. Not 100% sure what that was about outside of, making sure that they didn't get their Pokemon put to sleep, but... You replaced Weather Ball and not Solar Beam. We both get walled by each other. Anyways, we got Life Orb, Basculegion, Wave Crash, Last Respects, Aqua Jet, and Protect. Just, okay, we got adaptability still. Not a speed boost Basculegion, though. Trying to kind of need the Tailwind up for the Basculegion sometime. Paparazzi had you stressing with the damn dragon. It kept critting you. Oh. Charizard. We get the Mega Charizard Y. Heat Wave, Ancient Power, Solar Beam, and Protect. But yeah, it's mostly the Charizard losing the Weather Ball instead of the Solar Beam for the Ancient Power on this set. Yeah, as Croc is saying in the chat, it's because Basculegion. She just wants to get rid of the They just want to get rid of the Basculegion real fast. And we got the Fairy Feather Sylveon on the team as well with Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, Quick Attack, and Protect. Yeah, the general Sylveon set. But it's a pretty interesting team. You've got the Life Orb Basque is definitely a change up from the usual as far as I'm concerned. I like it. And the Charizard with Ancient Power on it is and Solar Beam, definitely fun. His Basculegion was bulky enough to take a Sucker Punch from Mawile at 90%. Damn! Makes more sense. Most you've seen drop Solar Beam. Yeah. I mean, you always do your coverage moves to cover the things you're most worried about in that moment, right? Like, if Charizard's worried more about Basculegion than it's worried about some other stuff, then yeah, Solar Beam makes sense. Over Weather Ball, which is just another fire attack most times, that potentially becomes a water attack depending on the situation, or a rock attack if you're up against a T-Tar. Because you have so many because of Bast. Oh, yeah. Could just, get an Omni Boost, in theory. I mean, that Ancient Power doing that is definitely on the table. Are we going to rely on it? Nah, but, if it happens, it's a bonus. We just want big rock attack, kill other Charizard. That's all we want. Okay, we've got... Oh, we're playing. Still going, okay. Will versus Vitamin. Remember when you could OH kill with Scarf Basculegion early MA? Remember when you used to be able to assume a Basque was scarfed on ladder? Yeah, I feel that. Okay, I thought that was a no-show match, but they are playing. Yeah, that guy is getting dropped from the tournament because they no-showed two rounds in a row. Remember when Chomp ran soft sand? Yeah. I'm just double checking to see who no-showed last round so we can just remove a bunch of people. That person's gone. God, yeah. I mean, Gallade's still my my answer to King Gambit. Mine's spec to live a sucker punch, so I'm less worried about it. You won this one. Scarlet got the 5-0 over you just to drop. Oh. That's unfortunate. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I gotta drop a couple people here. We've got a bunch of no-shows that I gotta deal with. Oh, I run Iron Ball Gallade. It's so funny to watch people not realize on ladder that that thing's gonna be going first in Trick Room. It's great. I mean, I severely doubt any of, like, the lesser legendaries are getting added just yet. Alright, so players that have no-showed have been dropped, so we can continue on without worrying about that. Or, like, any good grass types besides Venusaur. I mean... Array and Mega would be neat. Drizzle Megatatsu? Ooh, you know what? Might be half decent. Just want Mega Ray. Might need to wait years for that one. I mean, yeah. You had a nightmare that only Dark Shifu, Arbok, and Chatot got added, and you're only... Ooh. Yeah. I somehow doubt we're gonna get any of the non-restricted legendaries anytime soon. That's probably gonna wait for a couple of updates. We'll see a lot more Megas first. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Goldango was how ever-present it was in Scarlet and Violet. They had to nerf it somehow. Okay, I 100% agree with that one, Croc. If they're gonna make it -2, make it rain 100% accurate. 100%. That don't give it the -2 and make it possible to miss. Yeah, the Golden Goat. I didn't really use it all that much. I do play mostly Trick Room, so yeah. Yeah, they took out his kneecaps, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of Mons strong in Scarlet and Violet were partially because of Terra. That mechanic made it so some things that would die to literally anything could actually live a couple turns. Yeah, no, Starmie becoming a physical attacker when it Mega Evolves, and then just not having that much in the way of physical moves is a little iffy. Physical Dragonite, yeah. Yeah, without Terranormal E-Speed, physical... I mean, physical Dragonite's still usable. I mean, see Croc's team previously, before the current one. Physical Dragonite had its uses, but yeah, the Mega Dragonite being a special attacker. Oh yeah, no, Starmie with Wave Crash? Ooh, that would be so good, but no, they're not updating the moveset enough. How many formats y'all think we'll have between now and restricted Pokemon? I'm going to assume, McTeej, that there's a good likelihood that we will not see restricteds until, like, the end cycle of, I'm gonna say, like, 2 years. Yeah, I'm gonna say, because we're gonna run through the whole Mega format for, like, the better part of this year. Then we're gonna get the Winds and Waves Mons added, and potentially whatever gimmick they add to Winds and Waves. And that'll be like a full year of competitive play right there. And then after that, maybe we'll start seeing some legendaries and peppered in there a little bit. But the restricteds, we probably won't see us till 2028. I agree with Croc on that one. 2020, I'd say maybe we start seeing restricted formats immediately following Worlds 2028. Like, Worlds 2028 probably won't have restricteds. Immediately thereafter, we'll probably get, like, whatever format immediately after Worlds that year will probably be a restricted format, I'd almost bet. With how fast Scarlet and Violet... Yeah, which is the 2029 season. You're right. Still technically 2028. Just semantics. The format seemed to be moving faster than Scarlet and Violet. I think we'll get them a bit earlier. I mean, Venoman, realistically, the only reason the formats are moving as fast as they are currently is because they didn't give us much to work with in any of the new formats. Like, every new format is an addition to the game. Ad timing, as always, apparently. I'll hold off on that comment until Venoman gets back from the ads. Yeah, I kind of agree with Croc on that one. That was one of the biggest issues with Scarlet and Violet, was that everything moved so fast. But yeah, no, I was saying the only reason that the formats are moving faster right now is because they're doing it with small updates. And realistically, MA lasted like 2 months, and then we got MB. And MB is running for 3 full months and a bit. So realistically, that's not fast. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet, that moved. The fact that we didn't even get regional decks for a full year, we were already on, like, yeah, no, whatever's coming out of bank can be used right now. Yeah, that was a little bit of a knock in against Scarlet and Violet right there. As a person new to VGC, is it wrong to be annoyed with this format? No. No, I wouldn't say so. This format is pretty centralized at the moment. Almost, there's a lot of the same team over and over again because there's like one team that's solid and then like a handful of teams that are very conditional. And that doesn't make for a fun meta when you're playing the same team over and over and over again. You're just seeing the same like 2 or 3 megas. Yeah. I will agree with Croc on that one. Part of the reason that we're doing this is it is centralized a little bit, but Worlds is also coming up soon. I mean, yeah. It's diverse enough, I think, sooner, but it's definitely not that diverse. We're definitely seeing, like, as Turkey put it, the same, like, 5 teams over and over and over again with slight variations. And that gets boring for people who are more casual players anyways. The more competitive players, like the players who are going to Worlds, absolutely love that the meta is more centralized because they know what to expect. And they can build and practice around it. But I guarantee you, as much as it's likely that a Charizard wins Worlds, I wouldn't be surprised if the person who wins Worlds shows up with a brand new kind of team that just screws over Charizard. You're so pissed you don't hit Charizard and one-hit him? Yeah. Yeah, understandable sooner. Charizard can be a problem. You want to get him off the field as quickly as possible. My team also does not one-shot Charizard. It just also doesn't care about Charizard being there. So... Oh god, Walking Wake in this meta? Ooh, I would love that, but it's not gonna happen anytime soon. Big 6, Rain, Zardy, Venu, Raptor, Raichu, Protect... Oh yeah, no, Walking Wake would be amazing right now. Even just as a Charizard counter, right? You don't even need to have Sun on your own team. You just bring Walking Wake, and its main water attack just does not care about Sun being up. Maybe more Mons get the Walking Wake move? Maybe, maybe not. Walking Wake's whole thing is it being a water type that works well in Sun. That's like its whole shtick. I mean, yeah, the Turin Scovillain team is definitely a thing, but yeah. Yeah, Rain or Sun, yeah, neither shut him down. I mean, at worst, Rain does kind of nerf Walking Wake slightly because it loses its stat boost. But, like, yeah, it makes Scald just not get negated by Sun. That would be neat. I would love to see that buff. That actually would be a pretty cool thing. Anyways, round 5 is over. We're gonna get round 6 set up here. Alright, round 6 is live on Limitless. The pairings are up. This is the final round of Swiss today. So, play accordingly. Alright, it has been announced. Alright, let's get pairings up. Who we got? Well, we got Parasect versus Herbs. We got System Solo versus Lucas. Croc versus Toasty. Mubu versus Lawrence. Boop versus Gwyn. Muffin versus Vinaman. And that's likely a win and in. Well, I think I know where I'm going. Yeah, Muffin and Vinaman playing each other for what is likely a win and in for top 8. Yeah. That sounds like a good spot to be. Your opponent just gave you the win and dipped. Nice. They didn't say anything, they just gave you the win. They're probably dropping. Probably getting too late or something, and they just went, nah, I'm good. Hey, Vinaman. Yep, it's you. Don't make the curse continue? Well, we're gonna find out. Is Duraludon the highest BST Pokemon that evolves? Maybe. It entirely likely. Because, yeah, Duraludon was already a decently high stat Pokemon before it evolved, so. If not, yeah, I know, Vinaman. Come on, man, I want to see the Trick Room team win. You got this. Also Muffin with the classic Mega Raichu team. Hey, Sparkles, how you doing? I mean, Muffin's been playing this team as long as I've been... Basically, ever since I've known who Muffin was. I have seen Muffin playing Mega Raichu. So... Hey, that Echo 6, thank you for the follow. You're too tired to enter today, Sparkles? That's understandable. I'm just getting back from a weekend away, so... Yeah, it's a different Raichu team, but it's still Raichu. Alright, Vinaman starting off with Farigiraf, Kangaskhan. Meanwhile, we got Farigiraf and Incineroar on the opposite side. Both players realistically have a Trick Room setup going here, but Vinaman's the one who really needs it, so... Vinaman. Vinaman. Vinaman, you've tried to fake out with a Farigiraf on the other side. Come on, man. You're using a Farigiraf team. You should know better. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 2-move Kangaskhan. Oh yeah, you needed to get rid of fake out regardless. Okay, understood. 100% understood. I Didn't even think about that. Yeah, you don't literally can't use anything else except fake out that turn. Yeah, alright, that's fair. Understandable. Sometimes the brain just shuts down. I mean, I can't say I haven't done it too, because I have. Just trying to sucker punch with the Farigiraf on the other side, just like, oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, the Incineroar is down. Muffin's got the Sylveon out now. Sylveon getting a helping hand from Farigiraf. Farigiraf on Venomon's side using that. Ooh, Hyper Voice out of that Sylveon, which is faster. And that last resort going into the Farigiraf. Not going to pick up the KO, though. Triggering the Citrus Berry. And Venomon bringing in the Mawile. Now, that is certainly slow, has a slower speed than the Sylveon. So, yeah, quick attack? Probably. They either quick attack the Kangaskhan or they switch it out to avoid getting KO. Might not have Iron Head? Ooh. I mean, I wouldn't have done that. I always run Iron Head on Mawile. But we do have a play rough. Not quite picking up the KO to Sylveon. Still doing a fair amount of damage. Sylveon going for that Hyper Voice. Finishing off the Kangaskhan. I get that some people drop Iron Head on Mawile in favor of giving it Rock Slide instead. But I don't like doing that for that reason. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm usually rocking Play Rough, Iron Head, Sucker Punch, and Protect. If I was gonna use Rock Slide on Mawile, I'd drop Protect. I do feel like Mawile absolutely needs Iron Head. Yeah, that's a forfeit from Muffin. Okay. I mean, you're about right, Sparkles, but, you're right, Sparkles. Yeah, I don't understand what just happened either there. I'm assuming Muffin decided the Pokemon in the back wasn't going to work out or didn't want to reveal it. Yeah, probably didn't think that the Pokemon in the back was going to do the job. Yeah, probably that. All right. Venomon taking game one with the forfeit. But does Muffin have a better game plan this time around? Or will Venomon take away game two as well? I mean, I kind of agree, Sparkles. Play Rough is strong, and I like that, yeah, it KOs basically most things. I would much rather also have Iron Head, because I don't like relying on Play Rough's accuracy. I would very much... I prefer to have Iron Head too, because I'd like to have a stab move that at neutral is actually guaranteed to hit. And potentially flinch. I have won games off of Iron Head flinching. And Sylveon just dies to Iron Head. So, and very concerned about Sylveon on my team. Yeah, the 90% accurate. If it's not 100%, it's 50%. We know this. Yeah, it's so insane how nerfed physical attacks are because of how popular Intimidate is. Yeah. That's why I'm on my wireless hypercut. Onto Jupiter. You mean that's in the greatest way? You sound like you'd be in Ruby. I mean, I will take that as a compliment, yeah. Like Willa moves on average, hell, weaker. Yeah. There's so many things to counter physical moves in this game, but like nothing nerfs special moves except for like Snarl. Okay, Farigiraf going for Protect out of the gate. We get the Mega Chandelure on the field. And Rage Powder going out to protect it from the Incineroar here. Chandelure going for the Heat Wave. Not going to hit the Farigiraf. Yeah, Ruby is like an anime-style CGI show made by, oh, there you go. Yeah, see, when you say you're serious this time, Sooner, I actually take you seriously. Why don't we see Melodic on hard TR teams? Mainly because Melodic isn't really good for that. Like, Melodic's more of a Stallmon. With Trick Room, you kind of just want to hit hard. Yeah, Melodic can't go Burr unless they gets hit by an Intimidate, which, as likely as that is, the minute they see the Melodic, they're going to question doing it. Yeah, Melodic takes time to set up, and you only have so long in Trick Room. Heat Wave going in there, not picking up the KO. Triggering Citrus Berry off of the, but we got Twin Beam going into Sinistcha. Critical hit on the first one, not that it was needed. Sinistcha going down. And a Darkest Lariat into the Chandelure. Not picking up the KO, but it will bring it down to 27%. Farigiraf going to take damage from its burn, though. And that... Yeah, Chandelure, Mega Chandelure obviously got a little bit of bulk on it. Heat Wave going out. Taking out the Farigiraf, but not the Incineroar. That's a Flare Blitz into the Farigiraf. Gonna do a decent chunk of damage there. But the recoil will put an end to it. And that's Farigiraf putting the Trick Room up. Last two Pokemon out of Muffin's side are the Staraptor and the Sylveon. We will see the Mega Staraptor hit the field. Farigiraf going for Protect this turn. Staraptor going for Protect as well. And that's a Hyper Voice from the Sylveon. That'll probably KO the Mega Chandelure, right? No! The Resist saving Chandelure, even at that low HP. Heat Wave going out. Gonna damage the Sylveon, bringing it down to 44% with a critical hit. Yeah, I like Darkest Lariat on Incineroar. I get Throat Chop. Throat Chop usually makes sense, but you know. Twin Beam going into Sylveon. I would have expected that to go into the Staraptor there, but... Sylveon oh well. Going to the Hyper Voice again. Gonna pick up the KO into the Farigiraf. Not gonna hit the Chandelure through the Protect. And that close combat protected, but it didn't matter. It was gonna hit a Ghost type. Venoman bringing out their last Pokemon, which is the Kangaskhan. Oh, I see the vision now. Wanted to damage the Sylveon enough. Oh? Oh, Muffin's got a team sheet error. Apparently, according to Venoman, Muffin's team sheet doesn't say close combat. Both Pokemon going for Protect here. Kangaskhan going for that Fake Out. Not going to land through the Protect. Oh. 3 moves listed on Staraptor. It's probably the 4th move. Probably forgot to list it. That is super unfortunate. That is super unfortunate for Muffin in this position. Chandelure going for Protect. Sylveon gonna Quick Attack into the Chandelure. And Kangaskhan going for that last resort. Gonna end the Sylveon on the spot. And a close combat into the Kangaskhan. Knocking it out. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. Venoman's in a bad spot, but if we got the team sheet error, then that means the game's just going on to Venoman anyway. That's a super unfortunate way for this to end, if so. Yeah, hang on. Just gonna deal with that real quick. It is pretty safe to assume, but if you don't see it listed, it's still technically a team sheet error. Yeah. It's safe to assume, but if the sheet actively doesn't say it, it's kind of an issue. And is technically breaking the rules. Yeah, sure enough, that is the thing. It doesn't say it on the team sheet. I'm staring at it now. Yeah, no, looking at the team chat, Muffin was warned about it earlier and had told all of their opponents up to that point about it, but they forgot to mention it to Vinaman before they started. Yeah, it does feel kind of an empty victory, but as I typed in your chat, hey Vinaman, as I typed in your match chat just now, I'm leaving it up to you. Yeah, you can either, because technically the rules say you win that game because of the team sheet error. You can just let that slide and go to game 3 if you want, but that is up to you. All right, it looks like Vinaman's going to, Vinaman has decided that we're going to game 3. Yeah, no, it was an easy mistake to make. Technically, yeah, Muffin, that team sheet error got caught much earlier in the tournament, but Muffin had forgot to warn Vinaman about it, so technically it was well within Vinaman's right to just take that, and take the win right there, but Vinaman decides, you know what, we're gonna play this out. Realistically, Muffin kind of had that anyway. Yeah. This is the one team sheet error you'd respond the same way. Yeah, I feel that. It's one of those moments where if you... As much as it's not on the team sheet, if you see that a Star Raptor is missing a move and it's not running close combat, I feel like it's an easy assumption to make that it has it. But, yeah, we're going to game 3. But like I said, leaving that up to the players to decide, because technically Vinaman's well within his rights to take the game if he wanted, but you know what? We're going to game 3, everybody. That's all that matters. Why am I getting pinged? Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out where I was getting pinged. I got 4 pings from. Not anything relating to the tournament, so it doesn't matter right now. Alright. Kicking off game 3 with Star Raptor, Farigarath on Muffin's side, and Chandelure and Sinistra on Vinaman's. Yeah, I feel that, Croc. the Mega Chandelure is really cool, but like it would be great if it was better. Alright, we have Incineroar swapping in for Staraptor, getting another Intimidate off. Mega Chandelure coming up. Rage Powder from the Sinistcha, kind of preventing any attacks going into Chandelure. Chandelure going for the Heat Wave. Only going to damage the Incineroar. 78% is not terrible. Bringing it down to 78 is not terrible. Yeah, it totally... Staraptor totally has Heat Wave. Yes. It's going to be so close if you get to cut or not. Yeah. Chandelure getting pulled back in favor of Primarina. Sinistcha going for Protect. That is a Flare Blitz going into the Sinistcha slot. And Farigiraf uses Trick Room, setting it up. Venoman predicts it and puts the Primarina out first. We get it, Mega Staraptor. You want to be Mega Pidgeot, you just ain't good enough. Yeah. Alright. Incineroar getting pulled back in favor of Sylveon. And Primarina going for that Water-type Hyper Voice. Farigiraf using Trick Room. Turning off the Trick Room now. But Sinistcha turns it back on. Mega Pidgeot has no guard. Farigiraf going for a helping hand into the Sylveon. Primarina going for Hyper Voice anyways. Knocking Farigiraf down quite a bit, as well as Sylveon down to 22%. Farigiraf can eat that Citrus Berry, heal up just a bit. Sinistcha going for Machagacha. Will not pick up the KO, but does burn the Sylveon, which means the Sylveon is going down at the end of the turn regardless. And that burn is finishing off the Sylveon. Yeah, great play from Venoman. Venoman called out Muffin real hard there. Putting out the Sylveon, predicting if the Trick Room was about to happen. Pulling out Primarina because they knew the Trick Room was going to happen. And then hitting Trick Room on Sinistcha just because they knew that the Farigiraf was going to try and undo it. There's the Fake Out into the Primarina from the Incineroar. Machagacha coming out. Not going to land on the Farigiraf because of the Protect, but we will take a little bit of chunk out of Incineroar's health. Heal up slightly. Muffin's got a cheering section in this chat, man. Sinistcha going for the Rage Powder to try and protect Primarina here. Primarina going for that Hyper Voice. Blowing up the Farigiraf and the Incineroar with that Water-type spread move. Didn't even need to worry about the Life Orb almost taking Primarina out with the chip there. And Staraptor is the last Pokemon in the back. Rage Powder to try and shield the Primarina as we go for the Moon Blast into the Star Raptor. Picking up the OHKO. Primarina drops to the Life Orb chip, but that's it. That's game. Venoman breaking the stream curse. Going 2-1 to take that match against Muffin for potentially the win and in. Yeah, Primarina's a hard hitter. Which means I get to pull Venoman's team up on stream here. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do there. Wrong page that I'm looking at to do that. There we go. You doubt you make it, Joe? Well, we'll see how that goes when once the round comes to an end. We got 3 matches remaining. Hang on one second. I gotta have some water. Alrighty. So, up on screen, we've got Venoman's team. 2 down pairs. Oh, 2 separate down pairs. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely not helping at all, Joe. Oh, well, we've had a couple of higher up people who were doing really well early on also just kind of drop out of nowhere, so... Oh, yeah. Down pair is when there's not enough people of the same win rate. You have an odd number, so somebody has to play a player whose win rate is worse than them. So, basically, the Resistance kind of suffers for it because they're one of the people they played against has a lesser win record. So, it's an unfortunate thing, but it kind of just is based off of the numbers. To get it twice in a row, though, is weird. Yeah, oh, wow. Played in a tour once, got up-paired once and down-paired twice. Damn. In a 5-round Swiss? Oh, God. Anyways, we got Venoman's team on stream. The Colbur Berry for Farigiraf, same as I run. Trick Room, Twin Beam, Protect, and Thunderbolt. Different moveset than I run, but I understand it. Thunderbolt for the Charizards, and for the Charizards, Twin Beam for that stab psychic damage. We have the Mega Mawile Hyper Cutter to make sure that Incineroar coming out turn 1 doesn't lower its attack power. Play Rough, Sucker Punch, Swords Dance, Protect. Swords Dance on the Mega Mawile over Iron Head is a choice. Venoman, how many times have you ever actually clicked the Swords Dance on that thing? Like, I'm actively curious because I would have gone Iron Head over that in a heartbeat, but like I figured you got rid of that for like Rock Slide for the Charizard matchup, but Swords Dance. Like, I get it. A couple of times it helps against pass. Oh, okay, yeah. I get that. Yeah, if you can call your opponent trying to like double protect to delay your Trick Room, then yeah, you come out swinging the next turn. Yeah, and a +2 Sucker Punch hits. Yeah, okay, I get it. That makes sense. Yeah, +2 Sucker Punch is going to KO a lot of things it really shouldn't. Ooh, OHKO's Garchomp? Ooh. Alright. Anyways, we got the Life Orb Primarina, Liquid Voice turning all of those normal type moves into water attacks. Hyper Voice, Moonblast, Protect, and Encore. We have the Silk Scarf Kangaskhan, only running the 2 moves, Fake Out and Last Resort for maximum normal type damage. Sinistcha with the Kasib Berry, I believe that's the Fire Resist one. Machagacha, Protect, Trick Room, and Rage Powder. And Mega Chandelure, we saw it pop up a couple times there. Heat Wave, Shadow Ball, Trick Room, and Protect. It has been a long time since I have seen somebody actively using Chandelure as a Trick Room setter. But I'm very happy to see that Gen 5 strategy return. And absolute props to you for going... Like, whether your resistance gets you into top 8 or not, absolute props for running Mega Chandelure 4-2. Yeah, Gambit feels like it'd be a little rough. Just in general with your team. Like... Yeah, Heat Wave maybe deals with it, but you're worried about the Sucker Punch the whole time. Mawile can chunk it with Play Rough. That's kind of my general strategy as often as I can with Gambit, is just whack it with Play Rough if I don't have any other choice. If my Gallade isn't on the field. It does live a Sucker Punch with black glasses, though. Oh, okay. That's good to know. I've kind of spec'd my Gallade the exact same way. It needs to live that Sucker... It's Iron Ball Gallade, so it'll go first in Trick Room. But that Sucker Punch will still hurt. Lives it. I've got enough defensive investment on that thing for it to live it. But... yeah, good on you, Vin. And this is why I reiterate as much as possible. You need to double and triple check your team sheets before you put them in. There are the number of team sheet error calls that we get over the course of these tournaments is absolutely ridiculous. And that's basically the only thing we get judge calls for in this tournament. Because most people are chill enough that we're not worried about anybody acting out. And there's no more disconnect issues, really. Because you can just jump back into your match at any time. You just gotta hurry. He copied last night's team sheet and changed a move before submitting. Nice, nice. Your trackpad's finicky and it keeps forgetting the copy stuff. Oh, okay. That's a little more understandable. But like I said, you gotta double check it before you submit and just be like, ah, there's a move missing here. Let's see, we got... Okay. The one remaining match is Spectral Steed versus KNJ Max. Oh, looks like we had at least one no-show. You need Spec to win here? Yeah. Yeah, admittedly, yeah, I get that, Venoman. It 100%. Everybody looking on was like, yeah, that's a really obvious thing even if it's not listed. It's why would that not be running close combat? That's like one of its best moves. Sooner, I hate to inform you, Spectral Steed has lost that match. KNJ Max is now 4-2. Your resistance is probably suffering for that. Anyways, that's it for round 6, which means that's it for Swiss. We're going... So let's see. You were still there thinking, damn, I'll just let Kangaskhan tank Bravebird. Hey, Aju! How you doing tonight? Thank you for the raid. Cold Blue Choco, how you doing? Wolfie VT, thank you for the follow. And Cold Blue, thank you for the follow as well. How y'all doing tonight? For everybody on Aju's side of things, hello, my name is ChouRaven. I know the channel name says IXI Studios. That is a group channel name. I share this channel with a friend of mine. Just call you Wolfie? Alright. Always a good night, old man. Yeah. Alright, youngin'. Relax. For anybody coming in from Aju's side of things, ChouRaven, I know the channel says IXI Studios. I share this channel with a friend of mine, Ichi, who streams Monday nights, Saturdays, and sometimes Wednesdays. I play a lot of Pokemon, as you can probably see. We're in the middle of a Pokemon tournament right now. We're just about to start the top 8 matches. I do a lot of other stuff as well. Shiny hunting, Nuzlocks, challenge runs, just regular playthroughs, all of that stuff. And various other multiplayer games with friends of mine. So, I'm going to get the top 8 started off. Good timing, popping in literally as I was about to start it. Let's get the phases all set up. Currently on screen is the winning team from the stream match we just showed on screen. Action starting top 8 bracket. Top 8 matchups are live on the Limitless page, which means that our top 8 for tonight are Parasect King, KNJ Max, Lucas, Herbs, Lawrence VGC, Gwyn VGC, Queer Crocodile, and System Solo. Yeah, all that Venomin just to bubble out. Yeah, you too, Sooner. Yeah, unfortunate, but... Anyways, I'm going to announce top 8 in the Discord, so everybody is ready. And I'm going to pick a match for us to look at. Right, announcement has been made. Everybody is aware. Not even your losses gotten cut? Damn, Joe. Well, unfortunate. Anyways, who do we want to show on stream? We have every single one of these matchups is somebody we've shown earlier in the evening. I think I've been meaning to show Lawrence and just haven't had a good opportunity to. So I think we go Lawrence and Gwyn. Yeah, Lawrence has been doing really well all night. So, and I've been meaning to show their matches, but they keep playing people I've already shown. So... yeah, no, you did really good, Venomin. You broke the stream curse, too. For anybody not aware, Venomin had a little bit of an issue here, where every time I show their matches on stream, they lose. They broke that curse tonight and won. So, what happened to Alt Kyle? I have not seen Alt Kyle around the last little while, in our tournament at least. I don't know if he's been popping up elsewhere and I just haven't noticed. All right, top 8 match is starting. We're going to be looking at the match between Lawrence and Gwyn VGC. You haven't seen him at any tours recently? Maybe he's taking a break. Maybe he's on some. Maybe he's taking a vacation. Maybe he's prepping for Worlds and doesn't want to showcase their team too much. I don't know if they qualified for Worlds. It wouldn't surprise me if they did. I know they were at least top. They made, like, I believe, top 8 at UIC. So, or maybe he's taking a break until MC. That's also a possibility. Alright, Lawrence kicking it off with Dragonite and Basque Legion. And on the opposite side, Gwyn kicking off with Swampert and Sinistcha. Yeah, prepping for Worlds. Kyle is a really, really well-known player as being really good at these tournaments. I wouldn't be surprised if he's worried about people copying his teams. Or prepping for his teams. Alright, Basque Legion getting swapped out here in favor of King Gambit. And we will see Mega Evolution from the Dragonite. Swampert using Protect. I think he'll retire the Chandelure until MC, trying to make it work for the whole 2 months. Oh. Understandable, Venoman. And Sinistcha dropping the Trick Room. Now, the Gambit's already on the field. Now it's been swapped in. Usually a fairly slow Mon here. So at very least, it should still be able to take advantage of that Trick Room. Even if Dragonite's not liking it very much. But yeah, Eiju, how was your stream? Probably just gonna run Sui and Arcanine until MC. Yeah. I mean, what? Look, I'm a huge proponent of run the same team with slight modifications until the end of the regulation, and then figure something else out. Ooh, one more cash event next weekend. Machagacha going out. Not doing a whole lot to either Pokemon, but it will break the multi-scale though. Ooh, played Zenless Zone. Yeah. Zenless Zone 0 got an S rank. Ooh. Alright, that's pretty good. Yeah, if only we knew what was coming up in Reg MC. If only. I understand, Vitamin. I wish we knew, but we don't. We probably won't until mid-September anyway. So, no point stressing about team building for that yet. Sinistcha going for the Rage Powder. And Gambit going for a Kowtow. Gonna finish off the Sinistcha. Not gonna have that thing to redirect anymore. Archaludon going for an Aura Sphere. Choppleberry cutting that damage in half and keeping it so that King Gambit survives with 46%. And that's going to be a Dragon Pulse into the Archaludon, knocking it down to 12%. Neutral because of its typing. with the Sinistra down and a couple turns of Trick Room left. Wasn't the limited one, but you'll take it. I mean, an S rank is... Yeah, 2 S ranks in one go is pretty good. Like, regardless of it being the one you really wanted or not. How many turns of Trick Room is left? 2. Okay. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Baltimore is going to be MC regardless, but that also means there's going to be no prep time for it, because you won't know what to do or what you're allowed to do until, like, days ahead of time. Alright, the double protect kind of preventing anything from happening this turn. Yeah, I also wouldn't be very happy to show up to Baltimore if I had to worry about, like, 2 days of prep time, knowing what was actually going to be in the meta. Ooh, you got a double S rank on a limited Vanderport? Nice, Leafeon. I'm not much of a gacha gamer, so I have very little experience with doing that. I just have shit luck in those. Yeah, no, if a regional's that close to you, you gotta win, right? There's no way. And that Kowtow going into the Swampert, chunking it down, and Dragon Pulse into the Pelipper that just got swapped in, almost picking up an OHKO on that. Swampert going for the Earthquake, only gonna hit the Gambit with it. But that's enough. The Gambit's going down. I also feel that, Turkey. I am super broke. I'm probably only going to Toronto this year because that's... I live there. It's easy. You play Madden Ult Team. Look, if EA made it, it's probably a scam. Let's be honest. Dragonite going for the extreme speed, not picking up a KO on that. Basculegion going for an Aqua Jet into the Swampert, not quite going to manage. That's going to be a knockoff into the Basculegion, surprisingly not KOing. Taking away the Mystic Water. Holy turkey. Holy. Dragonite going for the extreme speed into the Archaludon that just swapped in, not doing a whole lot to the Steel type. That Aqua Jet will go into the Swampert's Protect. I think the Basculegion just kind of continues pressure. Yep. Went for a double protect, didn't get it. Aqua Jet into the Swampert, gonna pick up that KO rather easily. And a Dragon Pulse gonna finish off the Archaludon, bringing Gwyn down to their last Pokemon, the Pelipper, which is already hurting. Yeah, I also, Venoman, the only gacha game I've ever really played was Genshin as well. I played, like, a couple of times and then just kind of sat there and decided it really wasn't for me. Alright, Lawrence taking game 1. Stalling out the Trick Room. We're moving on to game 2. Yeah, I played like a little bit of Genshin, didn't care for it. Kind of moved on. I mean, I guess technically there was another gacha game I played, but like... Technically, it was only a gacha game in a very, very technical sense. I forget what it was called. Like, it wasn't some... It was built like a gacha game, but it wasn't gacha. You know? Like, all the different characters, you could just buy them. There was no gacha pulls. You could just be like, I want that one, and buy them for like $5. You play quite a few? Yep. Yeah, I like single-player games. I just don't like spending a lot of money and resources to be able to play the game effectively. If I can't just free play my way through, I probably don't care enough. If I'm gonna go through this game with the free play stuff and just get hard-walled somewhere because I didn't spend money on the gacha element, it's just gonna aggravate me and I'm going to turn off the game. That's just how I'm built. Has to be really good for you to play like Hollow Knight. Yeah, I will. I have probably a low bar for single player games. Multiplayer, I have a much lower bar. Because if I can just have fun with my friends, whatever. All right, start the game swapping King Gambit for Sylveon, and the Mega Dragonite comes back out again. We have the Mega Dragalge as well coming out on the other side. Wow, Turkey. Wow. Dragonite going for this. Yeah, Mega Dragonite covers the screen. Yeah. Put him in that position. Mega Dragalge going for a Toxic. Oh, poison the Dragonite. Dragonite hurt. Yeah, Dragonite hurt by poison. Not taking a whole lot from that hit from the Mega Dragonite. That Dragon Pulse just, you know, it ate it. 54% of its HP. Sylveon getting swapped, not wanting to get hit with a Sludge Bomb. And King Gambit coming out in its place. But Dragalge's going for Protect this turn. And Grimmsnarl going for Parting Shot. Prankster moves do not work on Dark types. So the Parting Shot don't work. Yeah, right, Turkey? One of those moments where you're thankful that your attack didn't go through. Gwyn pulling back the Mega Dragalge. Sending in Swampert in its place. Grimmsnarl going for the Parting Shot, but into Dragonite this time. And Dragalge coming back in from the other side with Regenerator having gone off. And that Dragon Pulse is going into the Swampert. And that Kowtow also going into the Swampert. Yeah, that Mega Dragalge recovered like a fair amount of HP because of Regenerator just by getting swapped in and out like that. That's a good question, Vitamin. I don't think we've got... I would assume a new gimmick. ZA did push the Megas quite a bit, but yeah, I would assume a new gimmick. I just don't know what it would be. As Dragon Pulse from the Mega Dragology, gonna wipe that Dragonite off the field entirely right there. I mean, I don't fully trust leaks ever, but yeah, let's not put potential spoilers in here. Yeah, I've said that a couple times where I've just like I really don't trust various leaks. I've had people like, oh, even Centro? Centro's usually pretty, and Centro's 50-50 at best. Let's be honest. Basculegion going for that wave crash. Gonna finish off the Swampert. And a Kowtow into the Grimmsnarl. Not doing a huge amount right there. Yeah. To be fair, like I said, I've seen leaks get it right, but like I said, some of the best leakers are still 50-50. Basculegion going for Protect. Grimmsnarl going for a foul play into that Basculegion. And a Kowtow going into Mega Dragology. Chunking it down. But Dragology going for Toxic. Once again into Basculegion. Yeah, it's like a 1-10 ratio on True Leaks. Yeah. Not gonna lie, when you saw the starters, you legit thought it was a Pal World thing. I mean, I kind of get it for Gekwa, but like the other two, no, those are Pokemon. Alright, Mega Dragology getting swapped out once again for Pelipper. And a parting shot into the Sylveon. Gonna drop its special attack power a little bit. Bring Dragology back in once again with more healing done. And a Kowtow into the Pelipper, gonna chunk it down 60%. Yeah, my thing with leaks is I always remember all the people screaming at me. I made a video like before, like back around when ZA got announced, predicting who the starters were gonna be. I was pretty close, I will say. But, like, all these people looking at the Terra leak just like, oh, no! The leak is already confirmed. It's just going to be the Gen 6 starters. It's just going to be the Gen 6 starters. You're wrong. Why would you even put this video? And that was, like, half my comments. And then the game came out, and I was pretty accurate. And it wasn't what the leak said. Kowtow into the Dragology, gonna just barely. And that Sludge Bomb going into the Sylveon, gonna chunk it down 19%. Didn't do as much as I figured it was gonna. And then again, Sylveon is a special tank and a half. Nope. I mean, Sylveon is actually a ridiculous special tank. It really is. That doesn't necessarily surprise me, but like I would have hoped it would kill. Alright, Dragology getting swapped for the Grimmsnarl once again. Pelipper getting down by a quick attack. And Gambit going for that Kowtow. Not going to do that much into Grimmsnarl. But no more swapping. Mega Dragology is going to be stuck getting pulled out here. I mean... that would make sense to an extent. Grimmsnarl taking that on the chin. King Gambit going for a kowtow, hitting the protect. I mean, yeah. Yeah, Fairy's kind of weak to the things that Steel resists and strong against the stuff that... I mean, actually, I don't know. It's weird. Grimmsnarl getting taken out by that Hyper Voice. Not doing a whole lot for the Regalgi, surprisingly. And that is a kowtow that will pick up the KO on the Regalgi as well. I mean, that's correct. But then you get the thing, and also Fairy's weak to Steel. But then there's the fact that both of them are... Well, Steel resists Dragon, Fairy is completely immune to it. Alright, and that is this match 2-0 in Lawrence's favor, means Lawrence is moving on to the top 4. Yeah, Ancient Power Charizard is not a joke. Room has been closed. We're going on. Wow, okay. We've got a bunch of matches are now done. But because of that, I guess the top 4 match we're going to be playing right now is Lawrence versus Croc. I mean, that's the point, right? It is good into the mirror. And that mirror happens a lot. The children yearn for Croc and Lucas. I mean... We're already getting going here. Okay, hold up. Going pretty quickly into our top 4 match here. I don't have to mess with player names too much, as it's still Lawrence. I hope not. What does what? The audio things? What are we asking about? The audio stuff that plays occasionally sooner? Yeah, if you go down, since you're in the Twitch chat, if you go down, there's the channel points. If you click on the your channel point amount that you have, it opens up a menu of stuff you can spend your channel points on. And the audio, there's a couple of audio redeems that play things on stream. Alright. Lawrence is kicking off this game with Sneasler Aerodactyl, much different than the last time. Meanwhile...
Oh, I'm done. Thank you forever.
What? And Croc kicking it off with Whimsicott and Raichu. Oh, hey, we get to see Croc use the Raichu this time. Yeah, just wonder what some of those are. Yeah. Some of them are like in-jokes. Some of them are are from games that I've played extensively on stream. That last one is a VTuber joke. So, you know. Alright, Lawrence bringing out the Mega Aerodactyl. And Raichu coming in with the Mega Evolution as well, and the Mega Raichu Y. Raichu going for a Fake Out into Sneasler. Gonna critical hit Fake Out. And Whimsicott getting the Tailwind going. Leaving Aerodactyl to do whatever it feels like, and that is a dual Wing Beat. And Whimsicott dodges the dual Wing Beat. Well, that does not bode well for Lawrence right off the bat. Whimsicott going for the Encore. Gonna lock it into the dual Wing Beat. And Raichu going for a Zap Cannon right into the Sneasler slot. Gonna blow up that thing. Aerodactyl going for the dual Wing Beat anyway, because it has to. Gonna take out Whimsicott. But that Encore's effect has locked Aerodactyl into the dual Wing Beat, which Croc is less worried about than a lot of other things. At least that means it's not spamming Rock Slide. And that'll be Sylveon coming out in place of the Whimsicott, and Gambit coming out in place of the Sneasler. I feel like it's a much bigger loss for Lawrence than that is for Croc there. Gambit going for a Sucker Punch into Raichu, chunking it to 42%, and that's a Zap Cannon into the Aerodactyl, just going to wipe it off the field before it even gets to do anything this turn. What the Sylveon going to do? That's a single target Hyper Voice, chunking the Gambit down to 31%. Lawrence down to their last two Pokemon. A very damaged Gambit and a full HP Basculegion. Raichu is rather clearly in Sucker Punch range, but Gambit's going for Protect. No swaps from Croc. Raichu going for that Zap Cannon into the Basculegion, just gonna blow it up. No worries, not even gonna bother protecting the Raichu in that space. How much Tailwind is left? That much. And that's a victory for Croc right there. Game 1 already in the books, going to Game 2. Yeah, we're still waiting on Game 3 to finish between Lucas and Herbs. And then the winner of that will face off against the Parasect King on the other side of the top 4 bracket. Good chance we get to see a decent amount of that match after this is over. Might have been better to sucker last respect. It probably was. I almost guarantee it was. But assumed they thought that the Raichu was going to either swap out or protect there, and Sylveon was going to go for the Gambit. But that's not what happened. So all right, Lawrence kicking off with Dragonite and Sneasler, and Croc just starting off with the Whimsicott Raichu once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? We'll see Mega Raichu Y coming out again. Dragon... Oh, this time, rather than the Mega Aerodactyl, this time Lawrence is bringing out the Mega Dragonite that we saw the last game. Whimsicott going for Protect. And Raichu aiming that Zap Cannon downfield again into the Sneasler. Getting the paralysis off there. Dragonite going for a Heat Wave. Will not hit the Whimsicott. And Sneasler going for that Dire Claw. Just didn't want to let the Raichu live this time around. Okay, Croc bringing in Sylveon in this position is... I mean, the paralyzed Sneasler is probably slower than the Whimsicott, actually. I understand. I get it now. Sneasler going for Feint. Critical hit into the Whimsicott, but Whimsicott's going for a Moonblast. Into the Dragonite. Dragonite going for that Heat Wave again. Whimsicott dodging the Heat Wave. Sylveon only taking so much from it, but getting burned. And that Hyper Voice will off both targets with the multi-scale gone because of the Moonblast. Croc just under the impression fully there that that Sylveon could have easily survived a Dire Claw, I guess. Lawrence bringing out his last two Pokemon. It's the King Gambit and the Basculegion. Both players minus their Mega now. Sylveon sitting on a burn. Whimsicott going for the Tailwind. Gonna speed up the Sylveon. Not gonna outspeed the Basculegion. Oh. Sylveon outsped the Basculegion. Last Respect's gonna take Sylveon down, though. And the Kowtow into Whimsicott. Not gonna KO. Yeah, that feels wrong. I agree, Vinaman. I sat there like, yeah, even with Tailwind, there's no way that the Sylveon goes before the basket. The Sylveon went before the Basculegion. No Iron Head. Oh, yeah, that too. Whimsicott going for the Protect, fully expecting it to get targeted here. Gambit also going for the Protect. Aqua Jet out of that Basculegion. Sucker Punch not doing anything. That, is Croc just scouting there, or... Gambit going for the Sucker Punch into the Basculegion, picking up that easy KO. And Whimsicott going for the Moonblast into the Gambit. Not gonna pick up the KO, but dropping it to 50. Oh no. Oh, it got the stat drop. Which means the Gambit's got... Oh, okay. The Gambit got a free +2 on that one. Yeah. Yeah, this is no longer looking so... Yeah, this no longer looks so good for, Croc. Yeah, worst way to lose. Your Moonblast got the special attack drop on a King Gambit. Damn. She's just trying to stall out the, Sucker Punch at this point. Hold. Yeah, oh my god. Croc just trying to pee-pee stole the sucker punch. Live on stream. Oh, no, that got it. Alright. Yeah. Croc called them switching over to Kowtow on that one. Guaranteed. No, they just kept clicking sucker. Alright, well, that Lawrence takes game 2 in that absolutely unfortunate moment for Croc. Damn. That was so much in Croc's favor right up until that stat drop happened. Oh. Yeah, +2 sucker punch, go Burr. Alright, Lucas took his match against Herbs, meaning that Parasect King versus Lucas is happening on the other side of the top 4 bracket right now. Alright, Croc kicking it off with Whimsicott Raichu once again. And meanwhile, Lawrence kicking off with Dragonite Sneasler once again. Both players seeming to be pretty solidified into their strategy against the other. With both just kind of opting to go, I can play it better this time around. We got the Mega Dragonite and the Mega Raichu Y coming out. Just like last game. Raichu going for the fake out this time into the Sneasler. Not going to chance that this time around. Whimsicott getting the Tailwind up. That's a Heat Wave from the Dragonite. Dropping Whips. Not to its Focus Sash, but... Oh, the burn is unfortunate. The burn will KO the Whimsicott before it gets to do anything. That sucks. But Sylveon will come out next to it. Sneasler is very much at risk of just getting off by anything that Raichu does here. And Dragonite's that is a feint into the Raichu. Gonna drop it to 45%. Dragonite going for the extreme speed, trying to pick up that early KO. Can't manage it. And that Zap Cannon going directly into the Sneasler, wiping that thing out before it gets a chance to do anything to the Sylveon. And that's a single target Hyper Voice. Multi-scale will save the Dragonite. Yeah, free swap into... Like, as much as I'm sure as Croc would rather have their Whimsicott, yeah, free swap into Sylveon. Raichu not liking this. We know from past that Basculegion's not Scarf, so it has options. It can click Aqua Jet if it feels like here. Raichu getting swapped out. Gambit is in the back. Sylveon going for a Protect this turn. Dragonite going for that extreme speed. Not going to pick up any real damage there. Last respects into the Sylveon. Not going to do much. But now the Basculegion has to worry about the potential Sucker Punch. And can't freely go after Sylveon. A great play from Croc indeed. Preserve the Raichu, get rid of the, threaten the Basculegion. Dragonite going for the Protect this turn. Okay. Okay. Basque Legion also going for Protect, trying to stall out a turn of the Tailwind, probably. Sylveon drops the Hyper Voice. Gambit going for a Kowtow. And no more Tailwind. I mean, the Sylveon outsped the Basque Legion in Tailwind the last game, so that makes sense that we're waiting out the Tailwind. And that Croc was assuming that the King Gambit could go first. With the Kowtow, not have to worry about it. Basque Legion getting pulled back. Gambit coming in its place. Sylveon getting another Protect here. A Gambit going for Sucker Punch into the Dragonite slot. Picking up that KO. Gambit not getting to do anything because it just got swapped in. Leaving this game just Basque Legion and King Gambit. Which I'm pretty sure, as weak as it is in the back, Raichu probably outspeeds most of what Lawrence has on the field. So Raichu is like fully capable of just blasting something if it comes back. We got the Raichu coming back out in place of the Gambit. Sylveon getting a Protect off. Are we all targeting the Sylveon? Last respects will go into the Sylveon. And that's a low kick into the Raichu. Picking up the KO. That low kick was attempting to KO the Gambit. Both players are now down to their last two Pokemon. Lawrence making the right call there to go for the low kick. He was definitely aiming for the King Gambit, but Basque Legion going to protect this turn. But Croc's Gambit's going to protect this turn as well. Sylveon going for the Hyper Voice. Not going to do anything to the Basque Legion, but going to chunk down that King Gambit. Which is once again going to low kick the Gambit. Good call on Croc. Get that damage in on the opposing King Gambit. Conserve her King Gambit. Yeah, hit that Hyper Beam. Yeah, if they have it. I'm pretty sure Croc's Sylveon does have it, but Gambit hit a Protect. But King Gambit's going for the Sucker Punch into the Basque Legion. KOing the Basque Legion on the spot. Yeah, Croc just outplayed Lawrence on that one. Wonderful play. Lawrence is not... Yeah, there's the forfeit. Croc takes the win. And is going to finals. Well played all around. Lawrence pulled that incredibly well. But that end game 2 was that Moonblast getting the stat drop. Ooh, boy. That was huge. Let's see what's going on. Parasect King versus Lucas. Looks like it's still in game 1. So we're going to go over there. Plop the standings back up on stream here. They probably have changed. There we go. Oh, game 1 has been reported. Lucas has lost game 1. We're going to game 2. We're going to be there for it. I mean, that's fair turkey. But, like, at very least, that definitely guaranteed it more than making it a roll. All right. Yeah, but Whims does technically resist because of the fairy typing, though. So, yeah, it was a roll, but that definitely... Yeah, Vanillux in top 4 is a thing that is happening here. We got Garchomp and Aerodactyl on Lucas's side. Meanwhile, Parasect King is kicking things off with King Gambit and Sneasler. Sneasler going for the fake out into the Garchomp. Gonna stop it from doing anything this turn. And Aerodactyl going for the Rock Slide. Picking up a decent amount of damage to the Sneasler. Not a lot into Gambit, though. Critical hit on Sneasler, that's why. Garchomp flinch, and Gambit used Sword Dance. Yeah, +2 Gambit with, +2 Gambit, no stat drop required. Sneasler not looking great in this position. Garchomp didn't get a chance to do anything, but let's see. Sneasler getting pulled back in favor of Vanillux. Garchomp also getting swapped back for Gambit. Sucker Punch failing because of the swap. Aerodactyl going for the Rock Slide. King Gambit dodges it, but the Ice type gets hit by it, dropping to 69%. Nice. Vanillux getting Protect. And Aerodactyl going for another Rock Slide. Will hit the Protect, but it'll land... Oh, Gambit dodged it again. Oh boy. Gambit going for an Iron Head into the other Gambit. Flinching it with the Iron Head. Okay. Alright. Didn't hit it with the Rock Slide, so we just went for the Iron Head to just add extra flit chance, I guess. Okay. Aerodactyl going for Protect this turn, fully expecting to get hit by Sucker Punch, failing. Vanillux going for Aurora Veil, just add that extra bit of defense. Gambit going for Kowtow. Oh, awkward matchup. Oh, alright. Well, Righteous Gaming cheering for Lucas. Aerodactyl going for that Rock Slide again, hitting both targets this time, not a whole lot of damage, potentially flinching something. Crit on the Gambit. Vanillux going for that Ice Beam, taking the Aerodactyl down quite a bit to 7%. Yeah, 7%. Opposing Gambit flinched, cannot move. Ironhead going into the Gambit. Yeah, the funny invitational rematch. Alright, Aerodactyl setting up the Tailwind, getting ready for the rest of this match. And that's an Ironhead into the Vanillux. Not going to pick up the KO through that Aurora Veil, though. As Vanillux goes for the Ice Beam, finish off the Aerodactyl entirely. And Gambit goes for a Swords Dance. And the snow is gone. Which also means the Aurora Veil disappears, correct? I believe that's the case. No, the Aurora Veil stays up. Alright. I thought that disappeared with the snow. Yeah, that Gambit is at +4 right now. That's a thing. That's kind of scary. It's been flinched ridiculously often. But a +4 Sucker Punch is gonna hurt. Garchomp hit Protect. Vanillux going for the Ally Switch. He's gonna swap places there, expecting to get hit here. Gambit's going for the Sucker Punch. It will fail going into the Garchomp. And that's a Kowtow from the Gambit into the Vanillux, picking up the KO there. Sneasler comes back out. Yeah, it gets Ally Switch Venom. It's used. We've had this team on stream earlier. It's used it before a couple times. Sneasler coming back out, which means we got Fake Out pressure on Lucas's team here. That Gambit is low HP, but really high attack, so Lucas really wants to get that thing off the field as fast as possible. But now with Fake Out as an option, Garchomp going for a double Protect, doesn't get it. Gambit's using Sucker Punch, failing into the Garchomp again. Sneasler going for close combat, though. Gambit will fall to that. The Aurora Veil is gone now. But Lucas is down 2 Pokemon. His last Pokemon being Charizard. One turn of Tailwind left. And that Gambit is still a threat. That's my question here, I guess, is does Charizard survive a +4 Sucker Punch? That's my only question in all of this. Mega Charizard Y coming on out. Garchomp going for a Protect. The opposing Gambit also protecting in this space. Okay. Sneasler gets the Dire Claw. Charizard's Heat Wave doesn't land on the Gambit, but will land on the Sneasler, picking up the KO there. Yeah, I mean, if Charizard wasn't going to live a +4 Sucker Punch, it's definitely not going to live it at 50-some-odd%. And the last Pokemon on Parasect King's side is the Glamora. I mean, the way I see it, you just rock the spread in this situation, right? And just pray. You can only Sucker Punch one of them before the other KOs it, right? Just... That's a Mega Glim, isn't it? Also, that's a Mega Glamora, isn't it? I'm just clocking that. Yep. Sure is. That sucker 50-50, right? I mean, that's the only real way to go with this at this point. Garchomp went for another Protect. Does not get it. Sucker Punch. Into the Garchomp. Not getting it either. Heat Wave going out. Chunking the Glamora. KOing the Gambit. It was a crit on the Glamora. Okay. Alright. Alright. That's a Power Gem into the Charizard. That will KO, but... It's Glamora versus Garchomp now. And Garchomp is gonna KO that. If it lands. Glamora going for the Spiky Shield. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Garchomp rocking the Earthquake. This looks like game 3. This looks like we're going to game 3. Garchomp rocking the Earthquake. 4 times damage. Gonna pick up that KO into the Glamora. Which means we're going to game 3. Not over yet. Yeah, even timid Glamora gets outsped by some Charizard sets, yeah. Alright. We're coming to game 3 of this matchup. Lucas played a really good game predicting those sucker punches. Not giving Parasect King the chance to rock those. +4 King Gambit doesn't mean much if you can't land a hit with it. That was the moral of that story. Also, the multitude of flinches on that King Gambit. Just... yeah, it didn't get to do much, and that was the downfall that game. But, can Lucas, is Lucas gonna play something different? Go for a different outcome that's less RNG based, or... is this just a rough match in general? And how will Parasect King respond to that? Is he just... if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Because he mostly lost to some flinches and just poor targeting of a Sucker Punch. That you 100% could play that game better. Alright, we're starting off with Glamora and Vanillux. And Garchomp and Charizard rocking from the beginning on Lucas's side. Alright, Charizard Y coming on out, gonna take away the snow, set the sun instead. Glamora going for the spiky shield, not liking having the Garchomp opposite it right now. Garchomp going for that Earthquake, as predicted. Not gonna hit Charizard, will hit the Vanillux though. Chunk it down to 47%. Charizard going for the Weather Ball. Single target, taking out the Vanillux before it can do anything. Even with that Occa Berry, not going to survive that. That's why he doubled. Alright, wanted that, didn't think that the Heat Wave would... And that's a forfeit! Parasect King realized he led wrong, probably. And once Vanillux went down, that was it. Which means Lucas is going to the finals 2-1. So yeah, we get the funny rematch. We get the funny invitational rematch in finals tonight. Let's go. Well played, Lucas. Stick the standings up over top, though. Is it June 29th again? Sorry, just reading Croc and Lucas's match chat. Just starts off with, well, well, well. Is it June 29th again? Oh, I know. I know, trust me. You knew Lucas could do it? Yeah. We got the funny rematch of Lucas versus Croc in finals. Don't remind you. +2 King Gambit. Lucas, that was a +4 King Gambit. Like, Lucas, that by the end of that King Gambit was +4. One wrong move, that Gambit could have ended you. Oh, he got it in 2 different games? Oh, okay. I mean, I got it on stream. I was staring at the stat screen. That thing got to +4. I didn't even see game 1. I walked in during game 2. Yeah, Lucas should go to a regional at some point this year. All right. You know the teams, we've seen them a couple times at this point. We got Croc's Charizard Raichu team. And we got the Charizard team, the Mega Charizard team on Lucas's side. All right, Lucas kicking. I've got the names reversed apparently. Lucas kicking us off with Aerodactyl, Gambit, and Croc kicking off with Basculegion, Whimsicott. I swapped the names around. I meant to swap who I was focusing, but I didn't. Ooh, Aerodactyl getting a hit with that, getting a hit there with the flip turn. Oh no, that was an Aqua Jet. Okay, never mind. Sucker Punch not landing because of the Aqua Jet. Aerodactyl gets the Tailwind off. Ooh. Aerodactyl going for the Protect. Whimsicott trying to Encore it. Not going to manage that through the Protect. King Gambit going for the Iron Head. Chunking the Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash. And that Basculesion's going to rock the Wave Crash into the Gambit, chunking it down to 21%. Like, Croc just absolutely predicting the move there. Not going for the Aqua Jet. Wasn't worried about the incoming Sucker Punch that turn. Whimsicott getting Tailwind up on Croc's side. Basculegion going for that Aqua Jet, finishing the Gambit off with a critical hit. And Aerodactyl getting the Rock Slide. Whimsicott dodging the Rock Slide. Basculegion getting chunked down to 13% because of it, though. And that's Garchomp coming on out. I mean, potentially, Lucas. Like, you say that, I've seen you say that and then win anyway, so we're just gonna bypass that comment. Why, Basculegion yelling at you, what did you do? Whimsicott uses Protect, Garchomp uses Protect. Basculegion uses Protect. Aerodactyl goes for Rock Slide again, but it's going to get hit both protecting targets. And Lucas is minus his Tailwind now. Garchomp getting pulled back in favor of Charizard coming on out. Whimsicott rocking that Moonblast into the Aerodactyl to finish that off before it can do anything. And that's a Wave Crash into the Charizard that just swapped in, wiping out the Charizard before it can even Mega Evolve. Gasculegion will die to the chip though, but yeah, that's a forfeit from Lucas. Yeah, I understand. Just trying to swap in the Charizard, expecting a Moonblast. Nope, full on Wave Crash. Brock taking game 1 of the finals. Alright, game 2. Will Lucas adjust? Will Croc predict the adjustment? The usual stuff all kind of applies here. It's not like these two haven't played each other extensively at this point. Including earlier in bracket, I believe. Alright, let's see how we start this off. Starting off with Gambit and Aerodactyl, and meanwhile on Croc's side, we swapped it up. It is Whimsicott and Sylveon now. Sylveon getting pulled back in favor of Raichu as Whimsicott sets up the Tailwind for next turn. Aerodactyl also setting up the Tailwind. And Gambit goes for an Iron Head into what it was the Sylveon, now the Raichu. Raichu not taking anywhere near as much damage as the Sylveon would have. Croc's Raichu going to Mega Evolve on the spot into Mega Raichu Y. Aerodactyl going for Protect, fully expecting the Zap Cannon. Oh! King Gambit's gonna Protect as well. I guess worried about the potential Fake Out. Instead, Whimsicott's gonna try and Encore the Aerodactyl. Raichu going for the Focus Blast. No Fake Out of that Raichu. Aerodactyl getting pulled back, not liking the look of this. Charizard coming out in its stead. Whimsicott going for the Encore, failing because he was aiming for the Aerodactyl. A Sucker Punch into the Raichu will just end the Raichu, though. Not gonna let it actually do anything. And that's gonna be a forfeit from Croc. Raichu getting taken out there was unfortunate. Croc doesn't think the rest of her team can manage to bring down Lucas at this point. So, we're going to Game 3. You're shocked it killed? Yeah, a little bit. Like, I guess Croc's Raichu isn't the same bulky variety that Muffin usually runs. And yes, I got the pun. I'm just choosing to ignore it, Vitamin. Alright, Game 3. Croc started off with a bit of a weird start I haven't really seen them do before, so not sure what they were specifically predicting on that one, but Lucas seems to be sticking to his guns on this, so... Little angry emoji. Alright. Lucas kicking things off this time with Charizard and King Gambit. Meanwhile, Croc kicking things off with Basculegion and Raichu. Alright. Neither player starting off with their Tailwind setter. But Raichu Y going to Mega Evolve right out of the gate. And the Charizard Y will come out as well. Oh yeah, Corvo's theme is pretty fucking cool, man. Raichu going for Protect this turn. Basculegion as well. Gambit also going for Protect. Charizard going for Heat Wave. Gonna hit nothing but Protect. I think the most interesting thing about casting these matches is me sitting here trying really hard not to just say out loud how I would play in this moment. Because I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to give people ideas, man. Oh, Lucas pulling the King Gambit back. In favor of sending out the Garchomp. Zap Cannon, though, going into the Charizard, just wiping Charizard off the map right there. And a Wave Crash from the Basculegion into what was the Gambit. Now going to do a little over half of Garchomp's HP. Probably expect Lucas probably hoping the Zap Cannon or the to save Gambit from the Focus Blast there. Yeah, Life Orb proving diligence. Yeah. Aerodactyl is on the field now. We know what Lucas's whole team is. Raichu getting swapped out, not wanting to deal with the Garchomp. In favor of Whimsicott. Aqua Jet out of the Basculegion. Gonna chunk the Aerodactyl down to 40%. Aerodactyl getting the Tailwind off. It's gonna be an Earthquake. Yep, Garchomp going for that Earthquake. Not affecting Aerodactyl, but hitting both opposing targets. Basculegion will get KO'd for that. Whimsicott managing to live with the Grass Resist. Garchomp getting brought down to 36 because of its own Life Orb. And Raichu coming back out now that it has the benefit of the probably Tailwind about to go up. Yep, Whimsicott setting the Tailwind, giving Raichu speed bonus. Aerodactyl going for Rock Slide. Both Pokemon survive. Will anything flinch? Raichu flinches! Garchomp gets the Earthquake off. That might be curtains. That miss, that flinch was huge, man. That flinch was huge. And now it's just Sylveon versus Lucas's entire team. Alright. Let's see it. Sylveon goes for Protect, probably stalling out the remainder of Lucas's Tailwind. Oh, that Lucas's Tailwind still has one turn left. Has Sylveon got this? I hope so, Vinland. That's... like, I feel bad about that Rock Slide. Oh, and the Rock Slide dishes. Ooh, a lot of damage. Critical Rock Slide. Oh my god. And Lucas takes it. That... oh my god. I think, yeah, that's... I agree, Croc. That... wow. Just the flinch at the worst possible time. And then the critical hit Rock Slide to boot immediately thereafter? Well, Lucas takes the tournament tonight. I guess, you know, we really got that that Invitationals rematch tonight. You had to play to avoid it too, yeah. But yeah, that means Lucas takes the tournament. and is our champion for the evening. It is 8:42 for you. Have a good sleep, Lucas. You had fake out encore and thought no way you get away with it? Oh. Yeah. Understandable, Lucas. Have a good sleep. But yeah, it is getting close to 3 a.m. for me as well. I have work in the morning, so I'm going to wrap up stream rather quickly here. Who is still live here? We got... Well, we got both Flydia and Stella still live doing stuff. I know Flydia was doing a lot of shiny hunting earlier. She is still shiny hunting, so we're gonna go over to Flydia. Will-O-Wisp and Cineroar worked well. Dang. So many sketch second places for you, Croc? Yeah. That's been happening. Yeah, no, Will-O-Wisp and Cineroar sounds legit. Just, I would kind of be weirded out using it. I would probably pick every other move over it rather frequently. But yeah. Anyways, thank you for coming out tonight, everybody. It's been fun. That was the last handful of matches were nuts. Just absolutely insane way to cap off the night. We're gonna raid off to our good friend Flydia, currently playing Legends ZA, shiny hunting. Mainly hunting on ZA. I believe they were doing a couple of like side shiny hunts in some older games as well on the side of the monitor. They're currently trying to rush to get a bunch of shinies before Bank completely shuts down later on this year. So, thank you all very much, everybody, for coming out. I will see you again tomorrow night. No problem, McTeej. Thank you for dropping in. I will be back again tomorrow, probably playing Monster Hunter with Overkill, but we'll decide that tomorrow. Schedule will go up before stream. So, we'll find out then. Thank you all for coming out. I'll see you again tomorrow night. And for the tournament, I'll see you all again next week. Peace.